23rd, maybe, is supposed to be the next killing. I know there's one on the 29th, because I remember yesterday I said 27th, and then I was like, I was so close, but I was a little off, so... I want to say, yeah, I think it was 23rd, so we're like... we still got quite a bit of time. That's a pretty big gap compared to the other ones. Drinking hot chocolate made with actual chocolate. I'm on my way. Man. Out here being fancy. I expect nothing less, honestly. Alright, well, we're at a... okay. Is this for Watabe, I'm wondering? The medical examiner system. Or is this just in general? This system allows for an examination, or in some cases, an autopsy, to determine the cause of death in accidents or when a person has died from a disease or an unknown cause. I won't lie, I wasn't thinking about hot chocolate, but we got some groceries today, and I was like helping Dad put them away, because Mom just she freaking died. She was so tired, the second we got home, she just had to, like, the fatigue was too strong. She just had to go lay down immediately because she was barely surviving in the car. So I was helping him put away the groceries. And I was like, man, I need to get some eggnog. I need to get some, like, so that I can, like, enjoy it longer than just, you know, like, the week before Christmas. I need to, like, live my best life. I might try and remember and be like, hey, can you put some on the list? I'd say I could probably get some at one of the stores nearby, but I swear they have just, like, the tiniest little ones. Your mom makes her own eggnog. That's... you know, coming from your mom, again, not a surprise. Although I'm very curious about how homemade eggnog would taste. But then again, I just love eggnog. It's so good. Who gave it the right? But I was thinking about it, because I was like, man... like, you see all the Christmas drinks and stuff, like, when we go to Tim's and whatnot. They have, like, all their, like, candy cane hot chocolates and white hot chocolate and, like, all that stuff, and I'm just like... I should just get some eggnog, so I can just have a bit. I like putting it in my cappuccinos. In the event of an unusual death, first, the forensic officer conducts an examination, followed by a post-mortem from the medical examiner. If the cause of death can be determined, the body is then turned over to the family. If the post-mortem examination fails to determine the cause of death, only then does the examiner conduct an autopsy. And if it is judged that a crime was involved, a further, more expansive judicial autopsy is conducted. But such an autopsy had already been performed on Tamaaki Watabe. It was extremely unusual for a second autopsy like this one to be performed. You know, I think they can do as many autopsies as they want. I don't think they're gonna figure it out. I'll be real.
どうだ
Shinjo averted his eyes from the coroner's knife. He'd been to many judicial autopsies, but it was something he'd never gotten used to. He probably never would, he thought. As for the person standing next to the coroner, he was staring at the open skull without the slightest trace of disgust.
やはり肥大化の傾向が見られるな。
Enlargement?
肥大化というと脳が
この状況で他に何がある？解凍された頭を見て内臓の肥大がわかるとでも言うのか？
You know, the brain makes sense. At first, I was thinking of the stickers. I was like, did he eat them and they were super small and then they just grew? But you know, never mind. I gotta remember where I am. This makes much more sense. It is Kunosato after all. Shinjo's shoulders slumped a little. When he'd first met her, he'd been unsure of how to handle her, but now he actually felt kind of worried for her. Didn't that get tiring after a while?
さっき聞いた話じゃ、死因は間違いなく窒息死ということだったが。
That is a very true statement. Absolutely. She would, but I mean, I don't have powers, so she wouldn't bully me as bad as the rest of them, at least. I got that going for me, I guess.
窒息だけ
I'm
で
just stupid.
こんな風にはならない。
ってことは、これまでの被害者と同じってわけか。脳の肥大の原因については？
何しろ検体が少なすぎる。果たしてこの症状が一連の被害者だけに見られるのか、それともギガロマニアックスに共通するものなのか。
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess we've never really heard about autopsies for the other ones.
わからないか。
But I'm assuming that they would have looked into it.
知る方法ならあるにはあるがな。
何？
I mean, you would think.
あの二人、宮代拓と有村ひなえの頭を開いて調べればいい。そうすれば
Man,
これがギガロマニアックスに共通する症状なのかどうかわかるだろう。
as if Takaru hasn't already been imagining this.
バカなことを言うなよ。そんなことできるわけがないだろ
冗談だ。今は CT や MRI があるんだ。わざわざ脳をむき出しにする必要もない。
Joking, she says. Why do I not believe that? But she's... I bet she makes a good point.
う。
They have the technology. But I still don't trust that. I think given the opportunity.
なんだ。私が冗談を言うのがそんなに意外か。
It is highly surprising.
いや、
Well, maybe not surprising, but I don't think you were joking either. I'm with Shinjo. She didn't like gigalomaniacs. She hated them. And from the bottom of her heart. He didn't know why she despised them so much. I hope that we find out at some point. Of course, there was probably a good reason for it, but he wished she would tone it down a bit. They probably didn't become gigalomaniacs by choice. And more than anything, he didn't want to lose their help with the case.
さて、これからどう操作していったらいいんだろうな。
Ew, hello! Potato. How are you doing today, friend? Did you ever get any sleep? I hope so. If there were still test subjects under the hospital, there were things the police could do. But when he'd gone down there, there wasn't a trace of anything left. 3 hours? I cry. You better go to bed early tonight. Oh, Lord. I hate that a lot.
証拠ならあるだろう。
Not sleeping is legit the worst. Kunosato's voice was as cold as ever.
証拠？
何のためにあの娘を連れ出したと思ってるんだ。知ってることを全部吐かせろ。
おいおい、相手は子供だぞ。
子供じゃない。危険なギガロマニアックスだ。
Shinjo rubbed his temples, unsure of what to say. Wait, I didn't? Oh, I tweeted. I just didn't put it in the at everyone. I'm stupid. Hold on. This is fine. Punch my microphone. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Shh. Absolutely nothing happened. It was there this entire time. I'm here for the punching mic sound effects. Those happen more than I would like, unfortunately. Trustworthiness Investigation Corporation Freesia. Katsuko Momose sat in the reception room in a messy corner of her office and sighed as she ran her hand through her hair. She sure is still saying the same thing, huh? So I'm guessing Kunosato thinks that this girl is also a gigalomaniac, is what we just, what we were just discussing. Which, I mean, to be fair, given where they plucked her from, I think that's probably a solid guess. No matter how many questions she asked or how she tried to get her to talk, that was the only answer she would get. Sometimes she tried asking if there was anything she wanted, or if she felt like eating anything, but the answer was always the same. She hadn't made even the tiniest bit of progress since the girl had arrived. Even the endlessly patient Momose would want to sigh after that. She still didn't know where this Uki Yamazoe girl was from, or how she'd ended up in that hospital. But from what she'd seen, there was a chance she'd endured significant abuse. And then she was suddenly rescued from it, and taken to a completely different environment, so she must have been very confused. She knew from experience that victims like that needed to be treated very carefully. She kept repeating the same lines like a broken audio player. Momose was starting to think it was time for a different approach. She didn't know what would happen if she told the girl this, so she kept it a secret until now. Right. She doesn't know that everything's gone. I'm assuming. So even if they took her back, there's nothing there. Once she made a decision, she didn't spend any time on second thoughts. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage.
ユキちゃん。そこまで帰りたいというのなら教えてあげるわ。
返してくれるんですね。ありがとうございます。
聞いて、あなたがどれだけ帰りたいと望んでももう無理なのよ。
無理？
だってあなたがいたあの場所、病院の地下にあったあの場所はもうなくなってしまったんだから。
Momose was relieved to finally see shock on Uki's face.
よかった。この子にはちゃんと普通の感情がある。
Like Kurusu had said, they hadn't done any operations on her that would destroy her ability to experience emotions.
この前ね、あなたがここへ来てからすぐに刑事、若いくせにくたびれた刑事いたでしょ？彼が例の病院へ行ってみたんですって。
The one who looks tired all the time. Why is that me? Man. Feeling attacked right now, Momose. The girl simply listened to Momose speak, her eyes wide. Momose kept talking, watching her carefully.
それでね、解剖室から地下へ行ったそうよ。あなたのいた場所へね。でもね、そこには何もなかったって。あなたがいた部屋の中も空っぽだったそうよ。
そんな、じゃあ皆さんは、あそこにいた皆さんはい
なかったそうよ。誰も。
My brain is like, did they actually get moved, or was that somehow a delusion that became real? Like, I don't freaking know anymore, man.
誰も。
Uki seemed to be trying her best to understand what Momose just said. And then...
嘘です。
そんな嘘ついて何になるの？本当のことよ。
だってそれじゃ私はどうすれば。私はどうすれば。
Tears started to silently fall from Uki's eyes.
Haha!
Hey, it's Dad.
どうしたタクル？新規臭い顔しやがって。
It's been a little minute since we've seen him.
顔は生まれつきだよ。
Bro, me too.
なんでもう少し面白いこと言ったらどうなんだあ
Dad was as jovial as ever. Without his lab coat, no one would ever believe he was a doctor.
どうだあやっぱ自分の家が一番落ち着くだろ
う。別にそうでも。
ま、一人暮らしを始めたばっかじゃまだそうは思えないか。でもないずれわかる時が来るもんだ。我が家が一番ってな。
In the end, I'd come back here to Alba Dorm, because Kurusu had told me to do so at school.
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ。今の場所に一人でいては危険よ。ずっととは言わないわ。
I'm surprised he actually listened.
事件が解決するまでうちで暮らしなさい。
I wasn't her slave or anything, but just like she said, it was dangerous to be alone right now. Especially when we didn't know who the killer was, or what they were after. If someone was nearby, it would be easier to get a hold of Shinjo and his allies if I needed to. And I was probably never going to be able to tell this to Kurusu, but the feelings I'd felt when I'd left home were starting to disappear. After seeing Kurusu get hurt, or try to protect me, or cry for my sake despite being such a strong girl, I'd started to understand some things that I hadn't known when I'd left.
なんだよ、クソ。
He's having emotions! I realized what I was thinking and shook my head. No way. I wasn't like Yuto, who could never seem to get away from his sister.
おい、何赤くなってんだよ。
なんでもない。
とにかくさっさと荷物置いてこい。お前の部屋はノノのやつがちゃんと掃除してくれてる。
ああ。
Dad didn't get mad when I'd left, or when I'd come back. Come to think of it, he'd only said one thing on the day I'd left.
そうせざるを得なかったノノの気持ちがわかるようになったら戻ってこい。じゃあな。
荷物置いてくる。ね
え、父さん、タクル兄が帰ってくるって。
The kids are gonna be so happy. As I went toward my room, Yui appeared. I could see Yuto behind her.
おう、タクルならもう帰ってきてんぞ。
Yui's face almost broke into a broad smile when she saw me, but quickly forced herself to assume a strict expression.
何やってんの？
え？
お風呂とキッチンと廊下の掃除。タクル兄が当番の時、私とユウが代わりにやってたんだから。
I was gonna say, finally he's back. He can do his cleaning.
悪い。
I apologized without thinking.
これからしばらく私たちの当番、タクル兄が代わってよね。いい？
She drives a hard bargain.
おう。
タクル兄ちゃん、別にいいよ。僕気にしてないから。 ダメ。こういうことはきちんとしなきゃいけないんだから。親しき仲にもって言うでしょ。
でもそんなこと言ったらタクル兄ちゃんまたどこか行っちゃうよ。せっかく帰ってきたのに。
ダメなものはダメなの。
なあタクル、ユイのやつノノに似てきたと思うか？
うん。特に怒ってる顔が。
なんか言った？
She's
いえ、
even
なん
got
でもない
the
です。ごめん
look.
なさい。
That's impressive. Yui put her hands on her hips and puffed up her flat chest to glare at me. She did look just like Karusu when she did that.
もう父さんが甘やかすからタクル兄は勝手なことばっかり。
おっと、今度はこっちに飛び火か。
で、タクル兄、もうどこにも行ったりしないんでしょうね。
いや、その。
タクル兄がいなくなってどれだけのの姉が悲しんでたか分かってる？ユウだってすっごく寂しがってたんだから。
そっか。
私も私は別に何でもなかったけど。
A little liar. And suddenly the expression on her face changed.
何でもなかったけど。
おい。
No!
ゆい
Takaru, how could you? This family's so dumb, I love them. Stop that. I'm not good with that stuff. I can't handle it when people cry.
何でもない。
Sobs. Yui covered her face with her hands and then ran into her room. Yuto followed quickly after her. Dad scratched his head and sighed a little as he saw them go.
ほら、さっさと荷物置いてこい、タクル。
わかった。
I swear, after all this is over, Takaru better freaking stay. Smack him if he leaves again. I got away as quickly as I could. He's usually so emotionally useful. I mean, I at least like to think he's doing way better than what he was at the beginning of the game. The bar was very low, though. But, like, I think there's a bit of improvement. So maybe someday. Maybe someday he'll get there. Probably not, but, like, I can hope for him. That scared me. I didn't expect Yui to start crying all of a sudden. I thought nothing would really change around here even if I left. But did they really need me here that much? If they did.
いや、でも。
Since I was lost in thought, the knocking sound startled me. My freaking fight or flight every time.
誰だ？
タクル兄ちゃん。
Oh, it's Yuto.
ああ、ユウトか。
のの姉ちゃんが着替えたら降りてこいってご飯だって。
ああ、サンキュー。どうした？
さ、ゆいお姉ちゃんのことだけど。
Yui crossed his hands over his stomach and fidgeted as he looked up at me.
お姉ちゃん、なんかいろいろ怒ってたけど、本当はずっとタクル兄ちゃんに帰ってきてほしいって言ってて、だから怒ってたのは本気じゃなくって。
大丈夫。わかってるよ。
本当？
ああ、だから先に降りててくれ。すぐに着替えていくから。
He's a good lad. Yuto looked a little relieved as he left the room.
ユウト、 ちょっと背が伸びたな。
Yuto and Yui had come here at almost the exact same time I had.
一緒に暮らし始めた頃はどうなるかと思ったけど。
The Shibuya earthquake hadn't just taken their parents from them, it had caused them severe psychological trauma. During the earthquake, Yuto had been trapped in a dark place for a long time, all by himself. As a result, he was still terrified of darkness and being alone. That was why he still clung to his sister. And Yui, after the nightmarish incident she'd gone through after the earthquake, she'd become desperately afraid of men. At first, she was even afraid of me. But over time, we started to open up to one another. When I'd left, they'd seemed to be doing a lot better. And now, Yui had her act together even more. And Yuto was still young, but he did seem a little more grown up than he had before. Even if the world didn't look like it had changed, time was still passing. But what about me? Had I changed?
はい、そろそろいいわよ。それじゃあいただきます。
いただきます。
おほー、すき焼きなんて久しぶりじゃねえか。
Sukiyaki.
何言ってるの。
What's that?
先月もやったじゃない。
あのなあ、あれは鶏肉だっただろう。牛肉じゃないとすき焼きとは言わねえんだ。
そんな贅沢をする余裕うちにはありません。誰かさんが困ってる人から治療費なんか取れるかとか言っちゃうから。ま、別にいいんだけど。
そういう言い方はねえだろう。もっと尊敬しろ、尊敬。
Oh, that makes sense.
はいはい。ほらタクル、
I
お
think
椀
I'm
貸
just
し
so
なさい。
used to them
よそってあげるから。
shows and stuff always just calling it hot pot that I've not heard. At least I don't think I've heard that term before. Hot pot would be good. Kurusu reached out her. It really took like hold on. One second. Let me just break immersion here. 26 hours. So probably like 20 hours, really, give or take, for us to finally start seeing more portraits of Takaru. I wonder why they did that. Like, I'm happy that we're seeing them more, but like, it took a really long time.
いいよ。
Which makes me wonder, like, if they have all these, why didn't we have them at the beginning? Like, I appreciate them, I like seeing them, so I'm just like... Because I think I remember I said that when we started the game, I was like, oh, it's kind of weird, but then, you know, I was like, main character, I guess. Like, I knew what he looked like, because obviously he's in all the art and stuff. But it's like, now it just seemed like yesterday's stream is like when we hit it. Like, I think maybe before yesterday's stream, we saw like maybe one or two, like a random, like, oh my god, it's him. But now it's just like, look, he's just popping up everywhere. I love that for him.
ダメ。あなた最近ちゃんと食事してなかったんでしょ。遠慮なんてしないの。
Just like a random nitpick, I guess. Kurusu grabbed the bowl from me and heaped the beaten egg high with meat and vegetables.
はい。ちゃんと食べるのよ。タクルに、こっちにもお肉あるから。はい。
もういいって。
何？のの姉のお肉は食べられても、私のは食べられないっていうわけ？
Well, to be fair, I think I'm just the type that loves portraits in games. Like, I always get sad when they don't, like, not even VNs, but like, any type of game. I love having, like, portraits and stuff. I'm always a bigger fan when they do have them.
お前酔っ払いのおっさんかい。
They are gonna fill them full of food. If they keep keep him fed, he won't leave.
おいちょっと待てお前らもう肉ないじゃねえか
Poor dad. None for
こう
him.
いうのは早い者勝ちだっていつも父さん言ってるじゃん。
言ってるじゃん。
だからもうちょっと尊敬
Oh
を
wait,
だ
is
な
that? Everyone was seated around a single pot, eating dinner. I thought that the only point of dinner was to eat until you were full, but
タクル、ユウト、お肉のおかわりまだ冷蔵庫にあるからね。たくさん食べて。
おいこら
父さんは少し痩せないとダメでしょ。野菜食べなさい、野菜。
俺は
Gotta have
お
the
前を
veggies.
そんな娘に育てた覚えはないんだがな
it is nice to see him in a casual outfit instead of the school
覚えがな
uniform
くても
too.
育
You're
っちゃっ
right.
たんだから諦めて。
Part of me enjoyed sitting around the table and listening to everyone's conversation. But why? Why now? No, that wasn't true. I definitely wasn't homesick. Maybe it was just that having someone near me made me feel better. Maybe it was having Kurusu offer to help me when I'd been in trouble on my own. But it definitely wasn't that I was happy to be home or to have come back to where I belonged.
タクル兄タクル兄ってば
Fear?
あ、何
I think I almost didn't recognize that it was casual clothes, just because it's like the same color as the school uniform.
お茶いるのいらないのさっきから聞いてるのに全然答えてくれないんだもん。
ああ、ごめん。
そいつのことだどうせまた難しいへりくつでもこねくり回してたんだろ
Maybe not overly complicated, but something concerning.
へりくつってなんだよ。
That
僕はい
red
つも
pops
理路
up.
整然と正しい思考を
I get scared. I never overcomplicate things, bro. Don't even.
はいストップ。そんなこといいからお茶は
ああ、できればマウンテンビューを。
うちには置いてません。
No mountain view. Bro can't stay allied.
ユウトったらどうしたの？ニコニコして。うん。やっぱりみんな揃ってた方が楽しいなって。のの姉ちゃんだってすっごく嬉しそうだよ。そう？そうね。そうかもね。
Yuto is so baby. He's adorable. He's just a good little guy. He's just happy to be here. Concerned? Are we? Oh, we're probably practicing. It didn't work. I'd gotten a lot better at seeing my D-sword, but I still didn't know how to grab hold of it. I asked Arimura for help, but her answers weren't really helpful. Unlike with my psychokinesis, all I needed to do was draw my D-sword from the Direct C. I should be able to do it alone. But when I was by myself, it was just an illusion. Until I real booted it, I wouldn't be able to use it to attack or defend. If I wanted to use it as a weapon, I needed to share the delusion with someone else. Just like with my other power. At least, that's what Arimura had said. But before that, I needed to be able to grab hold of it.
くそ、もう一回。ここから腕を伸ばして剣のイメージを固定化ってくそ
Whenever I tried to get close to the D-sword, it moved away from me like a mirage. If I just flailed my arm at it, I couldn't reach it.
手がつる
タクル、 入るわよ。あ
I had my hand stretched out like a TV hero in the middle of his transformation. And Caruso was staring at me, her eyes wide.
違うんだ。ユートに新しいヒーローの変身ポーズをだな。
I was gonna say, what does it look like? What it...
ユートはもう卒業したわよ、そういうの。
ああ、そうだっけ。
Caruso put her hand on her cheek and sighed.
もし自分が本物のヒーローになれると思ってるならやめておきなさい。
そんなこと思ってないよ。僕はいくつだと。
いくつになっても子供なんだからタクルは。
And then she stared into my eyes. I could tell that she wasn't blaming me, and that she was genuinely concerned.
タクル、ちょっとそこに座って。
いや、これから風呂に入ろうかなと。
いいから座りましょうね。
あ、はい。
I sat down on the bed as I was told.
タクル。
Caruso took a step toward the bed and looked down over me. Humans are strange creatures. Whenever someone looks down on us, they seem bigger and more powerful. I quickly stood up and looked down over her instead. When I first met her, she was almost at eye level with me, but now...
これは別にやましいことをするための訓練じゃない。
能力のせいで狙われているのに、そうやってむやみに使おうとするのは。
逆だよ。もっとちゃんと使えるようになれば自分の身も守れるし、もしもの時は新聞部や青葉寮のみんなのことだって助けられる。
だからそういうのは警察の仕事でしょ。
今回の事件、いざって時に警察に何かできるとは思えない。
けど
クルスこそよく口にするじゃないか。僕らのことを守るとかなんとか。でも能力者が襲ってきたらどうするつもりなんだ。
それは。
ほら見ろ、やっぱり僕が能力を磨くしかないんだよ。
Caruso stared down at her feet, silently. Then she raised her head and looked at me in the eye.
ねえタクル、私はあなたのことをずっと見てきたわ。だからわかるの。あなたがこの先何を考えるか。
この先？
タクルはね、必ず自分を危険にさらすようなことをする。例えば自分の力で犯人を捕まえてやろうとか。
I gulped. I hadn't really thought about it yet, but knowing me, I'd probably, no, definitely think that.
なんだよ、能力者でもないくせに余地か。
いつも言ってるでしょ、能力なんかなくてもね、タクルの行動は簡単に読めちゃうって。とにかくお願い、自分の身を守ることだけ考えてねえタクル。お願い。
ああ。
じゃあ約束の指切りね。
Not the pinky swear. Pinky swear? Are we supposed to be little kids? No way, that's embarrassing.
嘘ついたら針を1000本飲ますどころじゃ済まさないから。
And that's really scary. Bro, what? Then the heavens intervened to save me, and a phone rang out like a Gallahorn. I haven't gotten a new one yet, so of course it was Caruso's. This man! When will he get a new phone? Sam! Hello! I'll pinky swear you back.
出なくていいのか。
How's it going, man?
今はあなたと話をしているところでしょ。
でも事件に関係あることかもしれないし。
She must have thought I might be right, because she took out the phone and looked at the screen. And then she looked concerned.
新庄さんだわ。
Why is Shinjo calling Karusu?
Huh?
I'd only said it to distract her, but evidently the call really did have something to do with the case. Concern? She quickly hit the answer button and put the phone up to her ear. I watched her, nervously.
もしもし、クルスです。はい。はい。ええ。
Oh, you're playing Lethal Company. I see people like... I see everyone's playing that, and I have no idea what the game even is. Like, I know some people that I follow have, like, posted videos and stuff on it. I really need to just watch it, because I know literally nothing. On the other side of the phone, I could hear a note of concern in Shinjo's voice. I couldn't tell for sure, but he seemed to be saying that someone had gone missing. Huh?
いいえ、来てません。だいたいこの家を知らないはずですし。え？タクルが？
Would it be the girl, maybe? What? What did I do? Karusu moved the phone away from her ear and turned back towards me.
山添さんって子、知ってるわよね。
ああ、例の病院の地下室から助け出した子だよ。
They really told her that everything at the hospital was gone, and now she went crazy.
その子がね、行方不明なんですって。
Has to find out where everyone went.
え？
She was missing?
タクルが連れ出したりしてないかって。
そんなわけないだろ。今日はクルスたちとずっと一緒だったじゃないか。
そうよね。
ちょっと貸してくれ。新庄さんと話したい。
I reached my hand toward the phone. It's pretty fun. I would say so, considering everybody's playing it and stuff. But yeah, I've literally not seen any gameplay. So, it's a gathering game that you go find things to sell, and then you can die to spooky things, so like Phasmo and Sea of Thieves. You know, it being a gathering game, I had no freaking clue whatsoever. That's kind of interesting, actually. Like, I figured it was something spooky, but like... Huh. Now I am both, like, more confused, but very intrigued. Like, I figured it was like a shooter or something. So that's very interesting, actually. Shinjo had given me the location of an office in a multi-purpose building in Sakura Ocho. CD, hello! There were rows of desks there stacked high with paper that I normally would have considered a cornucopia of information. But I didn't have time to worry about them now. I rushed up to Shinjo as soon as I saw him. You literally just go and find things to sell, but in dangerous places. Man, I know Whoops put out a couple videos. Can't believe I'm gonna, like, I was gonna watch them anyway, because I was curious. I was like, sure don't know what that is, but everyone's playing it, so that would be an easy way to find out what it looks like. But now I'm, like, definitely gonna have to watch those tonight.
あの子がいなくなったって。
Even more
誘
curious.
拐されたんですか？
Was she
警察
kidnapped
がついててどうして？
again?
いや、電話でも言ったけど、そうじゃなくて。
でも彼女がいなくなったのは事実ですよね。
ちょっとタクル、やめてどうしたの？
悪い。
Yuki Yamazoe had reminded me a little too much of Senri Minamisawa, and I'd lost control of myself. Kurusu quickly moved to stop me. By the way, Kurusu had come to keep an eye on me, in her words, to make sure I didn't do anything stupid.
とにかく
Thank God
誘
someone
拐とか
finally
そうい
is.
うんじゃないんだ。いきなり姿が見えなくなってしまって。
だからそれが誘拐されたってことじゃん。
それはないわ。だってこの部屋には私と新庄ちゃん、それにミオちゃんの3人が一緒にいたんだもの。
Did you just get up and walk out? Mose, the CEO of Furisha, had been looking confused and concerned ever since I'd arrived. When I'd first met her the night we'd snuck into Tokyo General, Tokyo General, she'd seemed like a loud, boisterous sort of woman, but now she felt kind of tired.
彼女をソファーに座らせて、俺たちはこっちで
No, I'm
話
pretty
をしてた
sure
ん
we're
だ
still
よ。
on chapter 7.
で、ふとソファーを見たら、彼女がいなくなっていた。
Oh wait, are we on chapter 8? No, I don't know. Hold on. If I go to save. Okay, no, we're still on chapter 7. That's the easy way. There we go.
トイレとかじゃないんですか？
Are you sure she didn't jump? Kurusu. Man, that must have been a really long bathroom trip. Good grief. Kurusu pointed at the toilets in the back. She freaking fell in. But Shinjo put his hand on his forehead, thinking, and said,
真っ先に探したよ。でもどこにもいなくてね。
I
それどころ
know!
か、
For a split
窓や
second,
ドア
I
すら
thought it was
開けた
Serica,
形
and then
跡
I
がない。
remembered. I had to, like, remind myself. That is absolutely Serica vibes.
考えられることは一つだ。彼女はギガロマニアックスだからな。能力を使って自分で出て行ったんだろう。
I wonder, because I never really thought of her as someone who had powers. But Kunosato is probably right in that she is, and that she does. So I'm wondering, like, in the way that the pyrokinesis girl, you know, forced Takaru to use his power, I'm wondering if by finding out that her home didn't exist, like that kind of set off her, you know, fight or flight panic and forced her power to work. Or maybe she's had the power the whole time, but I don't know.
能
Could be a
力
possibility. Just from the way that she's acted and everything, she just didn't give me the vibe, but I suppose that doesn't matter much. Come to think of it, I still hadn't asked. What power did Uki Yamazoe have?
テレポーテーションとかそういう。
Bro, I wish I had teleportation. Can I have that? Kunosato whispered an answer, her voice full of hate, without even bothering to look back at me.
よくわからない。
わからないって。
ああ、彼女、俺たちの質問にほとんど応じる様子がなくてね。能力に関しては、久野里さんが探ろうとしたんだが、無駄だった。
そもそも瞬間移動だとすれば、とうの昔にここを抜け出していたはずだ。だが、あいつはそうしなかった。
ただ、ウキ君は少し特殊なようだ。今回はそれにやられたらしい。
特殊？
私ね、少し前から考えていたのよ。ウキちゃんを一度どこかの児童養護施設に預けた方がいいかもしれないって。それでさっき新庄ちゃんとミオちゃんに提案したら快く OK をもらって。
俺は OK なんか出してませんよ。
私もです。
ちょっと黙っててちょうだい。こんがらがっちゃうから。
Momose motioned for them to be quiet.
とにかく OK をもらったの。それで私はウキちゃんを連れて駐車場に降りて車に乗せようとしたわけ。 知り合いの施設に相談してみようって。
じゃあ彼女を連れ出したのは百瀬さんじゃないですか。
So why was everyone upset that she disappeared? Momose had taken her outside, there was no mystery there. As Kurusu and I stood there with our mouths hanging open, Shinjo interrupted.
という夢を見たんだそうだ。
Oh.
は？夢？
違うわ。あれは絶対にあったことよ。だってウキちゃんの手の感触とか車のエンジンをかけた感覚とか全部リアルに残ってるもの。
Big rip from Momose.
けどウキ君を自動車に乗せようとした途端我に返ったんですよね。そしたら百瀬さんは事務所の中にいて俺たちと話をしている最中だった。
ええ、そうなの。
Big F.
俺たちは児童養護施設の話なんて提案されてないし、ウキ君と百瀬さんがここから出ていくのも見ていません。百瀬さんとはここでずっと話をしていただけです。間違いありません。なのにウキ君は部屋からいきなり消えた。
どういうことですか？よくわかりません。
多分それが山添由紀の能力なんだろう。彼女を捕獲したら改めて調べてみよう。
Kunisada's use of the word capture pissed me off. I could tell that, like Arima said, she didn't even think of us as humans. But she didn't have to talk that way about a little girl, did she? Even if she didn't like psychics, did she have to go that far? I glared at her, but Kunisada didn't seem bothered in the slightest.
ウキ君の行き先ですけど、宮代君たちが知らないとなると、あとはあそこしか考えられないですね。
私も今そう思ってたところ。
Well, clearly she would have went to the hospital to see if she was lying or not.
もしそうだとすれば、少しばかり骨が折れるな。
You know, now I'm wondering if I was onto something. And if that is her power, then maybe everything at the bottom of the hospital really was a delusion that came true because of that little girl.
どこなんですかそれ。
Shinjo answered me with a bitter sigh.
君もよく知ってるところだよ。あの子の元の家だ。
え？まさかそんな。
ウキちゃんたらね、あそこへ返してくれの一点張りだったのよ。
Like maybe that's how it was, like a billion years ago, when the kids snuck in there when they were little. And that's how she knows what it looks like, type thing. But maybe they did actually, like, shut down whatever was happening and moved everything out of there. But because she was, like, I don't know, because she was, I assume that she had experiments done on her, that maybe that's what she, like, associates as her home, so her power, like, just keeps the area there. She still needs other people to make her delusions real, though. That's true. Yeah, I suppose that would make sense for when everyone showed up, but maybe not for when she's by herself.
あんな地獄みたいな場所に。
Unless she's just like strong enough to do it by herself, I don't know.
さてな、とにかく厄介なことになる前に取り戻さないとな。
Well, I have a feeling we're gonna go over there now, so we'll go see.
タクル。ねえタクル。
見つかったらどうするんだよ。
Are they going over there without them? An hour had passed since we'd first spoken to Momose at Freesia. Kurusu and I were hiding behind some plants near AH Tokyo General.
新庄さんたちに任せないとダメよ。私たちみたいな素人が出しゃばったりしたら。
I really thought that we were just all gonna go together, but oh my lord, why would I even think that?
それじゃダメなんだ。山添
I
ウキっ
should
て
have
子は
known.
僕が見つけて青葉寮へ連れて帰る。
どうして？
彼女、今の久野里さんには渡せない。
I was gritting my teeth hard in anger.
タクル？
Afterward, Shinjo, Momose, and Kunosato had started coming up with a plan to get inside the basement of the hospital. Of course, they weren't going to let us come along. We were told to go home, and at first, that was my plan. But then things changed. Kunosato said that she wasn't sending Uki Yamazoe to an orphanage, but to a research center she was affiliated with. She'd said they were going to research her power there, but Kunosato had treated not only Arimura and I, but also little Uki as nothing more than guinea pigs. And I'd heard her use the word capture many times.
あの子は苦しい実験から解放されて、やっと地下から出られたっていうのに。
Was Kunosato going to send her right back to the same old life she'd experienced before? Just imagining it terrified me, and it made me come to a decision. I would save her.
もしここであの子を見放したら、また同じことの繰り返しだ。またこの場所で誰かを見捨てることになってしまう。昔僕はクルスの親友だった南沢千里を見捨てて逃げた。それを今でも後悔してる。あの山添って子も実験の犠牲者だ。だから今度こそ僕は助けたい。そんなことくらいで南沢千里が許してくれるとは思わないけど、でも助けたいんだ。
Kurusu's voice choked up. She must have been remembering what happened to her best friend.
タクル、あのね。
え？
本当は千里は
彼女のこと何か知ってる
I
の
was
か？
gonna say, I think she's gonna ask the question that I was just thinking.
おい、クルス。
ごめんなさい。気が動転してしまって。千里はね、渋谷地震で死んだの。あなたのせいじゃないわ。絶対に違う。
Okay, never mind. So Kurusu does think that she died in the earthquake. Because that's what I was wondering. Which makes sense why she goes, so she does go to the memorial and stuff like that. Alright. Okay, so she doesn't know that, so that's gonna be a shock. I was curious, because I just remembered, like, I mean, maybe, like, although, if she was, she was probably saying, like, Senri actually died at the... I don't know. I think I might... She might know I really just had a stroke. She might know more, but I think she knew what happened to Senri. But I don't know. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and think that she actually did die in the earthquake. We'll see. Because I'm sure they're gonna run into each other, so we'll see what the reaction is.
クルス。
But for now, I think I'll believe it.
だからタクルが責任を感じ続ける必要なんてないの。忘れていいのよ。ね。
Kurusu looked down at her feet. When she did, her hair covered her eyes, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking.
今、クルスは何を言いかけて、何を言いやめたんだろう。
Just as I was about to ask, I heard soft footsteps.
来た。
Momose's van was in the same alley where she'd picked us up before. They'd been watching the hospital for a while now. I saw two shadows that probably belonged to Shinjo and Kunosato leave the van and run onto the grounds.
クルス、向こうが動いた。大丈夫か？いけるか？
あ、
I tapped her on the shoulder and she looked up. That's why they called her the Empress of Hikiko Academy. There was no trace of the sadness that had been there a moment ago.
ごめんね。ちょっと千里を思い出しちゃって。でも、もう平気よ。
本当はここで待っててもらいたいんだけど。
But I couldn't reel boot on my own. I needed a partner no matter what.
何言ってるの？あなたのことを心配しながら待ってるなんて、こっちからお断りよ。
That's also true.
だと思った。
We followed Shinjo and Kunosato from a distance. A moment later, they had pressed themselves up against the wall near the rear emergency entrance. Even from a distance, I could tell it was more heavily secured than before. The lock seemed to be a newer and sturdier model. But Shinjo must have already had the key, because he took something out of his pocket and started to put it in the lock.
あそこから入るつもりだな。
Alright then. I quickly created an image in my mind. I looked at the key-like object he was holding, and envisioned it flying away.
やっぱりもっと訓練しとくんだった。
The more I started to panic, the more I lost focus. I couldn't make the delusion clear in my mind.
くそ。落ち着け。大丈夫だ。落ち着け。よし、見えた。
I could see the D-sword floating in front of me.
クルス、ちょっと脳を使わせてもらうな。
どうぞ。っていうのもなんか変だけど。
That's just a weird thing to say. I was thinking that too. Just normal things. I imagined the delusion I'd come up with going inside Kurusu, Shinjo, and Kunosato's minds. Kurusu gasped a little. She must have felt something. The delusion was shared between us, and instantly the real boot was complete. Clang. The metallic object in Shinjo's hand rolled away and hit the ground with a clang. Then I heard the two of them gasp. The key rolled along the ground in a very unnatural way until it rolled down a metal sewer grate. Just like I'd imagined.
よし。
バカ、隠れてたくる。
Just as I was about to make a victory pose, Kurusu grabbed my hand and pulled me back. Dummy. Then she dragged me down onto the ground.
悪い。
調子に乗らないの。これだから私がついてないとダメなのよ。
Her hand was shaking a little. She was probably still scared of my power, no matter how many times she saw it. That was how most people would react. I hesitated a moment, then gripped her hand in return. Then I let it go and looked over at Shinjo and Kunosato. The two of them whispered to each other, and then silently headed back towards the van.
今だ。
We kept low as we headed for the emergency entrance. When we reached the door, I turned around toward Kurusu. She caught up a moment later, but her breathing was a little heavy.
すまない。ちょっと早かった。
こっちこそごめん。もっと運動が得意ならよかったんだけど。鍵開けられ
You
るの？
don't need to wish that. You're still getting over being stabbed.
多分。
Screams.
クルス、もう一回。いや、何回かやるよ。悪いけど。
構わないわ。そのために来てるんだから。
I stared at the door. The lock was stronger than before, probably because of the time we'd broken in. I imagined the lock flipping and the door opening. There was a heavy click and the door opened like I had imagined. Thanks to my power, we were able to make it inside with no trouble. I remembered the route to the room where we'd found Uki, so we headed there. But as we walked through the darkness, I saw that Kurusu was acting a little strange.
大丈夫か？
実はちょっと閉所恐怖症がね。でも平気、気にしないで。
平気ってすごい汗だぞ。
And then I realized something.
まさか傷が痛むのか？
Oh man. What if she has been here before? Screams. She seemed like she was okay, but it had been a really bad injury. It couldn't have fully healed up by now.
おい、クルス。
平気だから。ほら、急ぎましょう。
She pushed me onward before I could stop.
もうちょっとだ。あと少しで例の部屋だから我慢してくれ。
ええ。
That's right. It was right around this corner. Is she just there? Suddenly we heard a voice sobbing in the darkness. Kurusu and I almost leapt into each other's arms. It was the voice of a little girl.
タクル、この声。
Was it a ghost? No, that was dumb. Which meant it had to be. Kurusu and I nodded, stepped toward the direction of the room. Just like Shinjo had said, the room was completely empty. The beds and the patients that had been confined here were all gone. It was just an empty room. I hate that I read that and then my brain was like, empty chairs and empty tables. Just random Les Mis in the background. Screams. Standing in the middle of the empty room. I love the absolute, like, tense feeling. Like, I think Kurusu getting stressed out was probably, like, the most tense it's been. Like, that was actually pretty good. And then my brain just ruins it. Hate that for me. Tragic, honestly. How long has she been there? She was crying like a child who'd lost their mother.
いない。誰もいない。誰か返事して。
Kurusu couldn't bear to watch. She ran over and gave the girl a big hug. Soon Kurusu was crying too.
今までよく頑張ったね。でももういいの。だからお家へ帰ろうね。
Can't believe Kurusu just adopted a child. But Uki must not have heard her, because she just stood there, crying silently for a long, long time. The whole time there was nothing I could do but watch. Yeah, I said it, but it's like the most believable thing.
大丈夫？変わりま
Completely.
しょうか、タクル。
いいよ。もう目の前だから。
Bro is absolutely dying giving this girl a piggyback ride. When we finally made it back to Alba Dorm, I took Yuki off my back and put her on the sofa. Gave a child a piggyback ride. Will never recover. Takuru's just like me for real. And then I lay flat on the floor with my arms and legs stretched out.
我ながら情けない。
She wasn't even that heavy. I was just out of shape.
だから変わるって言ったのに。
Kurusu, please. You were stabbed. You're not allowed to do anything.
運
Banned.
動音痴に任せたら落っことすかもしれないだろう。
He sees it himself. I know. He's self-aware.
失礼ね。そこまで言われるほどひどくないわ。それに、タクルよりマシだと思うんですけど。
Kurusu's eyes were red-rimmed. Her face was red from where she tried to rub away the tears. She must have been embarrassed by it, because she turned away from me and said something mean.
はいはい、わかったよ。その子のこと、父さんに。
I was gonna say, what are you gonna say?
そうね。
We found this child who was experimented on. The police are trying to take her. To do more experiments. Or, well, not technically the police, but police adjacent. We must keep her here now. She lives with us. After Kurusu left to get him, I lifted my tired body off the floor and onto the sofa. As I'd expected, Uki hated the idea of leaving the basement. But after Kurusu's fervent attempts at persuasion, and my own insistence that nobody was coming back to the basement, she'd finally clung to Kurusu and started to break down. And as I carried her on my back, she'd gotten tired and fallen asleep. Like taking home a stray cat! Let's be honest, the dad is too good, so he'll be completely fine with it. He'll be like, another one? Alright.
この子の家族は一体どうしたんだろう。
It's just gonna be another girl that ends up telling him that he's too fat. He'll just cry in the corner. I hadn't had a chance to look the first time we'd gone into the basement, and that data was probably long gone by now. Dad will notice halfway through dinner there's just another child.
うん。
He'll just like squint his eyes and be like, something's different. Looks at freaking Yui. Did you do something with your hair? She'll smack him or something. Kurusu sat next to Uki on the sofa and softly stroked her hair.
この子、捜索願いとか出てないのかしら。
新庄さんの話だと、今のところ該当するデータはないって。
そう。
やっぱり渋谷地震のせいかもしれないな。
After the earthquake, more data on missing persons and casualties had gone missing than you could imagine. And to top that off, the year had seen the largest solar storm in history affect all kinds of electronic devices. Shibuya hadn't been hit that hard, but a lot of data in the other regions had been lost.
分かってるのは名前だけか。せめて手がかりでも持っていればいいんだけど。ののね、タクル兄？何かあったの？
Kids are gonna be like, "You brought me home a sister?" The door opened. Yui and Yuto peeked inside.
Shh.
They're so cute. The two of them froze next to the door.
まだ寝てなかったの、二人とも。
寝ようと思ってたらのの姉たちの声が聞こえたから。
大丈夫？また喧嘩とかしてない？
Cruz and I looked at each other without thinking.
大丈夫よ。私たち喧嘩なんてしてないから。
本当？だったらいいんだけど。
Suddenly, Yui stopped. She noticed the stray cat. She saw the girl sleeping on the sofa, and her eyes went wide. I thought that she was just surprised to see a strange girl sleeping on the sofa, but...
Uki-chan?
Huh? She said something we'd never expected. You've gotta be kidding me.
Huh?
You've gotta be kidding me.
どうしてウキちゃんがここに？
There's no way!
ユイ、知ってるのこの子のこと。
うん、多分。あ、でも待って、そんなはず。
Yui walked over to the sofa and sat down next to Kurusu. And then she stared at Uki Yamazoe.
ごめん、私の勘違いかも。
いや、勘違いじゃない。確かにこの子はウキって名前で。
だっておかしいよ、昔のままの姿なんて。そんなの絶対に変。
は
昔のままって。
ウキちゃん、私のクラスメートだったんだよ。小学校2年の時の。
And the next morning.
もう一度整理するぞ。名前は山添雨季。年齢はユイと一緒だから13もしくは14歳。
うん。
Dad was filling out what looked like a medical chart on his computer.
小学校2年の時にユイと同じクラスだった。だが渋谷地震の少し前から学校に来なくなり、その後どうなったかはユイも知らない。
そう。
で、彼女はその頃、つまり6年前と見た目が全く変わってないとユイは言うんだな。
Yui, you absolute little legend.
うん、絶対に変わってないと思う。一応証拠も見つけてきたんだ。
I was gonna say, she's gotta have a yearbook, right? Yui showed us a photo.
Huh?
It was a class photo from her school. I could see a young Yui in a row of children. And in the front row next to the teacher I saw Uki.
これ。
どう思うよ、タクル。
他人の空にっていう感じじゃないの？
ウキちゃん本人だよね、やっぱり。
となると成長ホルモンの異常かな。
I don't know. I don't know either the answer to either of your questions, but I'm like... My brain is going burr.
みんな、ウキちゃんが起きたわよ。
おう、連れてきてくれ。
ちょっと父さん？おうじゃないわ。ウキちゃんの前でそんな声出しちゃダメよ。もっと優しく。
これで普通の声なんだがな。
This loud man is gonna scare the heck out of her.
いいから優しくする。
はい。
Dad glared at her and started mumbling about how he hadn't raised her to be like this again.
ウキちゃん、さあ、入って。
Excuse me. After a long pause, a small girl entered the room trembling. Kurusu took her hand and walked over to a chair, then sat her down. See? Oh.
ウキちゃん、おはよ
She flinched away from Yui's cheerful voice.
う。ああ、わからないよね。6年前の私しか知らないもんね。
Yui took the class photo and pointed to herself.
ほら、これ私だよ。立花ゆい、覚えてる？立花ゆいさん。
Uki looked at the girl in the photo, then at Yui. Then she gave a little start of surprise.
思い出してくれた？はい。お久しぶりです。 もう同級生なんだから敬語とかやめてよ。でも
Yui's so good. Dad typed something else into the computer as he watched them.
うん、決まりだな。
そうだね。
There was no question of it now. Yuki Yamazoya was definitely Yui's old classmate. That would go a long way toward tracking down her family.
けどすごいよ。まさか本当にユキちゃんだったなんて。
We were surprised, but it seemed to be Yui who was most surprised of all. Her missing classmate had suddenly shown up at her home, and her brother and sister had brought her there. And she looked exactly the same as she had 6 years ago.
ウキちゃん、ちょっと話いいかい？
The experiments must have done something to make her stop aging. She must have seen Dad's white coat and gotten nervous because she suddenly sat up straight.
何か遺伝的な病気とか言われたことは？成長が止まってしまうとか。
よくわかりません。すみません。
じゃあ君の背が伸びなくなったのはいつか覚えているかな？ユイと同じクラスだった頃はどうだい？
Maybe she's been deluded into existence. Oh no. I wouldn't put it past the game, but... No, I think it's definitely a weird experiment. Something suspicious.
すみません。それもわかりません。
That's not even big brain thinking. That's giga brain.
地震があってからなんか
The
変になっ
ultimate.
て。
Something weird happened to her after the earthquake.
そうか、あの地震の後だね。
はい。
はあ、やっぱり PTSD で成長ホルモンが、いや、あるいはターナー症候群みたいな染色体異常って可能性もあるが。
What? Don't mind me. It was just, I'm dying. Chromosomal disorder found in women. Primarily, symptoms include delayed or absent development of secondary sexual characteristics, a lack of menstrual period. Bro, I wish that were me. Abnormally shaped organs and decreased height. I mean, I like my height, but I could just go without a period. That'd be cool.
こればっかりはしかるべきところでちゃんと検査をしな
I
きゃ
think
わ
that's
か
the
ん
mood of
な。
everybody out there, honestly. It's like, man, can we just not? I'm short anyway. I'm so sorry, Mips. Sorry for your loss. Dad made some adjustments to her chart as he whispered to himself. The look on his face was far more serious than he usually let us see. Yuko poked his head through the door. He must have been standing in the hallway the whole time and looking in on us.
ユウト、そろそろ行かないと学校遅刻するわよ。
そうだよ、ユウ。
大丈夫、すぐ行くよ。
I'm gonna be outnumbered. Y'all are gonna take me out. He seemed a little scared by his sister's scolding. But he summoned up his courage and came inside, then stuck his hand out towards Zuki. Ah!
これ、あげる。
In his hands were a tiny chocolate bar. It was the kind of chocolate you could buy in huge packs for cheap at the supermarket.
はい、ありがとうございます。
I freaking knew. I knew you'd go ankle biter mode, CD. Not even surprised. But look at him, he's so good!
こら、ユウ。ウキちゃんは年上なんだよ。そういう言い方はダメでしょ。
Being such a good lad.
年上？
Yuto looked very confused and a little unsatisfied.
どうしたの、ウキちゃん。
はい。なんだか不思議な気分です。こういうことに慣れていないので。 こういうことって？
こうして家族が集まってみんなでお話ししたりです。
君の家族はどうしたんだ？
Shinjo had said she wouldn't tell him anything, but maybe in this environment she'd be more willing to talk.
私が小さい時に私を先生たちのところに置いて行ってしまいました。
I mean, yeah, you would think that would be the correct response. Because, like, you know, 99% of kids like chocolate, or just sweets in general. But then again, I do think that she was more traumatized while she was there. Like, she was really going through it. It's why kids have to be told not to take shit from strangers. True. But I think, like, her escaping and going back and seeing that there was nothing left at the hospital, and then, you know, sobbing for a bit. And also, of course, now having Yui, but like, she was going through it. She's going through a lot. My eyes narrowed when I heard her say the doctors. She was probably talking about the scientists in the underground facility. And then she'd been a victim of their human experiments, just like Senri Minamisawa. Why had her parents done something so horrible to her?
君はそれからずっとあの地下施設に？
はい。
どうして逃げなかったんだ？
お母さんにどこにも行くなと言われたので。
そんなのひどい。
Man. Yui put her hand up to her mouth. I could feel the rage boiling over within me.
この子は僕と同じだ。
Her parents had ignored her ever since she was a small child, and eventually they just disappeared. But still, she wasn't able to get away from them.
君はあそこで実験の被害者。いや、みんなの世話をしていたけど、それはなぜ？
地震のせいです。
There was a sadness in her eyes as she remembered the people that had vanished.
地震で先生たちは病院からいなくなってしまいました。皆さんのお世話をしていた看護の人たちもです。
Interesting.
だから代わりに私がお世話をするようにと病院から言われて。
学校はどうしたんだい？君が今着ているのは碧峰学園の制服だろ？年齢から考えて中等部に在籍してると思うんだが。
碧峰学園？
私たちが通ってる学校よ。ウキちゃんはうちの生徒なのよね。
But Uki shook her head.
これお友達が着てたものです。
I can't believe they're Senris.
友達？
I'll freaking lose my mind.
はじめ地下で皆さんのお世話をしていたのは私だけじゃなくて、もう一人同じ年くらいのお友達がいました。
Gonna jump out the window.
時々この服を着ていて、私可愛いねってずっと言ってたんです。
ああ、もしかしてその子君と違って外から通ってきてた？
はい。
なるほど。碧峰の生徒だったのはそっちの子か。
彼女最初は私と一緒にお仕事をしてたんですけど、だんだん具合が悪そうになってお休みも多くなってきて、そしたらある日これをプレゼントしてくれたんです。自分にはもう必要ないから代わりに大切に着てねって。
Uki looked down at her shoes.
だから このお洋服は私の大事な宝物です。いつも綺麗にして着ています。
Gonna jump out my window. When I saw her expression, I understood. Her friend probably knew that she was dying. She'd been a victim of the same horrible experiments as Minami-sama and Uki, and had gotten sick as a result.
それじゃあ君が老人を連れて外を。
タクル、
Kurusu interrupted me gently.
一度にいろいろ聞くのはやめましょう。
Good call, good call.
ウキちゃん、辛いこともいっぱいあると思うし、また夜にでもね。
そうだよな。
それに朝ごはんだってまだだものね。お腹空いたでしょ。
Breakfast.
いえ、私はそんな。
There was a cute little rumble from her tummy. She gasped a little in embarrassment and turned red.
父さんもそれでいいかしら。
ああ。なあ、ウキちゃん。このお姉ちゃんはちょっとおっからいが、飯だけはうまい。上で食べてくるといい。
父さん。
Kurusu pursed her lips as she took Uki's hand and stood up.
これチョコレートもう一個あげる。
ありがとうございます。
As she left, Yuto quickly gave her another piece of chocolate. At lunchtime, Ito and I were heading to the club room.
じゃああの山添雨季って子、今は青葉寮にいるのか。
ああ、この先どうなるかわからないけど、なんとかしてやりたいとは思ってるんだ。
I'm sure Kunosato is gonna love that.
けどまさかゆいちゃんの同級生とはな。
驚いた。
でもまあ良かったんじゃねえの。
よかったって？
ゆいちゃん喜んでたんだろ。
ああ、そういうことか。確かに。
Yui had really looked happy this morning. Normally she'd probably tried her hardest to play the role of Yuto's big sister. But she was still only in middle school. If she ran into a friend, of course it would make her happy.
何がおかしいんだよ。
いや、お前口ではなんだかんだ言いながら結構大事にしてるからな、今の家族のこと。
そんなんじゃないって。
照れるなって。お前にとってもいいことなんじゃねえの、そういう存在がいるってことは。
僕は別に照れてなんか。っていうか、そんなことどうでもいいんだよ。ほら早く部室行こう。尾上や有村や和樹にも山添のことを話さなきゃ。
Of course, I'd already told everyone to come for an emergency meeting. They should be in the room already.
というわけで、今山添雨季って子は青葉寮で保護されてる。
タク、大活躍だったんだね。
いや、それほどでも。
The girls all seemed very impressed. Sariko was squeezing her Garo Froggy strap in lieu of applause. It still sounded nothing like it was supposed to, and honestly, I would have preferred the applause, but I was used to it now, I guess.
ダメよセリカ、カズキ。あんまりおだてるといい気になってまた無茶なことするから。
She's right.
しないって。
Sheesh, I appreciated that she was worried about me, but Kurusu was a little too protective. I especially wish she'd stop it when everyone else was around. It was embarrassing.
けど気持ちいいっすね。今頃新庄さんや久野里さん悔しがってますよ。ざまあ見ろです。ぷぷぷ。
They have got to be so pissed.
有村は前から知ってたのか？ 山添のこと。
ええ、まあ電話でちょっと話したくらいですけどね。彼女フリージアでは肝心なことはほとんど喋らなかったみたいですよ。多分久野里さんたちを怖がってたんでしょうね。
まあそうだろうな。
それに比べてあの子、宮代先輩の前では割と素直だったみたいですね。先輩ってとぼけた顔して実は女の子の扱いがうまかったりするんですか？
Arimura grinned. Of course I do. I've read every issue of Cool Cat. Press that I could find. I couldn't say that though, so I didn't.
違うよ。クルスとユイがいてくれたから。
当たり前じゃないですか。何本気にしてるんです？気持ち悪いですよ。
I love Arimura so much. I was never going to get used to this. For one thing, no matter how hard I tried to glare at her, she just smirked. She is such a gremlin. Absolutely. I was trying to think of a good comeback when the door to the club suddenly opened. The door opened softly, but it was clear that the person standing in front of it was furious. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey girl, hey! Speak of the devil, Kunosato was there, and the light in her eyes was as cold and fierce as ever. Instead of yelling, her voice was low and threatening. I figured that she'd eventually find out that we were the ones who had taken Uki, but I didn't expect her here so soon.
お前、どういうつもりだ？
どうって。
あいつは重要な証拠なんだ。勝手なことをするな。
Kunosato stomped over to me and grabbed me by the lapel. Her arms were so thin I didn't know where she got her strength. It was like she was filled with some kind of raw hatred that gave her power.
ちょっとやめてください。暴力反対です。
Sarika and Kurusu grabbed her and tried to pull her off, but she held on to me tightly.
僕は無理にあの子を連れて帰ったわけじゃないです。
何？
彼女はうちに来るのを望んだんです。あなたたちのところには行かないって言ったんですよ。
That was only a half-truth, but I felt like I had to say it anyway.
大体証拠って何なんですか？彼女は物じゃないです。実験動物でもないです。だからあなたには渡せません。
何も知らないくせに、貴様。
Her hand gripped me tighter. What the hell was going on? What was wrong with this woman? I felt a powerful rage building up within me. There was a low buzzing in my ears, and Kurusu and Sarika's shouts suddenly seemed to be very far away. And then I saw the D-sword. And it was clearer than it had ever been before.
こいつ、離せよ!
Her face suddenly twisted in pain. I looked at her with blurry eyes and saw that a red mark had formed on her pale white wrist, as if something was digging into it. She was gritting her teeth and her breathing made it seem like she was trying to endure some kind of incredible pain, but still she refused to let go. Arimura's scream seemed like it was coming from underwater. The new, violent temptations within me had almost taken control. What she's trying to do is wrong. I'll get rid of her myself. That righteous anger combined with this power, I can do anything I want. Maddeningly sweet feeling of omnipotence almost overflowed from within me, refused to stop. That is not the word. Don't even look at it. Shh. That's right, do it. Just kill the bitch, it screamed. I really said that out loud and I was like, wait a minute. Stop it right now, Takaru. Yeah, that's right, slap that man. I heard Kurusu yell in my ear. At the same time, I felt a strong slap across the cheek. And then Kunosato and I were pulled apart. I suddenly regained control of my senses. Kurusu, Ito, and Serika had grabbed me and were holding me back, while Arimura and Kazuki were doing the same to Kunosato. Kunosato looked at me with eyes full of hate, and then pushed Arimura and Kazuki away. Serika quickly grabbed them and held them up.
大丈夫？うん。ありがとう、セリ。もうやめてください、久野里さん。
Now it was the Empress' turn to get mad.
お帰りください。ここは部外者がいていい場所ではありません。
She was clutching her hands into fists so tightly that they turned white, standing between Kunosato and the rest of us as if she was some kind of protector.
あなたが何のつもりで、うちのタクルやウキ、それから有村さんにひどい仕打ちをするのかは知りません。でも、私はそれを許しません。
お前の許可などいるか。今実際に見ただろ。能力者は危険な。
今すぐお引き取りください。
Kurusu's voice left no room for discussion. Neither of them moved a muscle for a moment.
ちょっと待ってくれ。ストップだ。ストップ。
Where was he this whole time? And then we heard panting coming from the hallway.
どこへ行ったのかと思えば、やっぱりここか、久野里さん。
It was Shinjo. He must have been running for a while because his hair was messed up and there was sweat on his forehead.
俺に任せてくれと言わなかったか？
あんたの悠長なやり方では大切な証拠が消されてしまう。
焦るのはわかるが、物には言い方というものがだな。申し訳ない、クルスさん。俺たちは何も揉めたくて来たわけじゃないんだ。
じゃあ何のご用ですか？
そう怖い顔をしないでくれるかな。
Shinjo looked at both of them, troubled. And then he turned toward me.
なあ、宮代君。君の言いたいことはわかる。昨日、ウキ君を連れ去ったことも別に責めたりしない。確かに俺たちが間違っていたかもしれん。だから今日はちゃんと頼みに来た。ウキ君と、あとできれば君と有村さんもしかるべき場所で一度検査を受けてほしいんだ。は
あ
？Puppy? Arimura responded before I could.
新庄さんこそ頭の中見てもらったらどうですか？はーい、私喜んで実験台になりますなんて言うとでも思います？
話は最後まで聞いてくれ。これは本当に君たちのためなんだよ。
Well, I guess he meant to ask it before, before Kunosato showed up. He was just a bit late. His next words came as a shock to me. We actually just spoke to Dr. Sakuma.
父さんに？
Both Kurusu and I shouted at the same time. You two don't like the way Kunosato does things, right? Then why not go to a hospital run by a friend of Dr. Sakuma's?
おい、何を勝手に決めて。
Kunosato. Shinjo put up a hand to cut her off. You know that this is the only way they're ever going to agree, right? I'll let you come too. Kunosato furrowed a brown anger, then turned around and left the room. Shinjo waited until he couldn't hear her footsteps anymore, and then sighed a little in relief. Then he continued. So how about it, you two? I heard that Dr. Sakuma was once an assistant professor at a university medical department after all. I know, right? He could only come in to do voices at some point. Other times he couldn't make it for his lines. I didn't know that. Kurusu must not have known it either, because she looked over at me confused.
父さんが准教授？
They just didn't have enough budget for him.
知らなかったな。
Only sometimes.
ただの変なおじさんだと思ってた。
Hey, I mean, the way he looks, I can see where you'd get that idea, but... Shinjo laughed, seemingly in sympathy with my dad. I think a friend of his can be trusted. What about you?
私
If
は
the dad
ど
was
っち
involved
にし
with
て
the
も嫌です
experiments,
よ。
I'm just leaving this planet. There's no way. I don't even want to perceive it. I thought so. Shinjo chuckled. He was probably anticipating that response. But you know, Arimura, from what Dr. Sakuma said, your powers might be having a bad effect on your health.
え？
Go meet Ukiyama Zoe. You'll find it very difficult to believe that she's 14 years old, right, Miyashiro? It was true that Uki looked the same as she did in her old school pictures. It was like the passage of time had stopped for her. If that was caused by her powers... Dr. Sakuma's opinion is that she needs a detailed examination no matter what. Why not have them take a look at the two of you while they're at it? Just think of it as a checkup. How does that sound? Arimura was still unsure, it seemed, but what happened to Uki must have bothered her.
少し考えさせてください。
Yeah, that's fine.
まだ OK したわけじゃないですよ。
Of course.
あの
I looked out the door where Kunosato had just left.
父さんが必要だと言うなら検査を受けてもいいです。けどその途中でもし久野里さんがその山添や有村を実験動物みたいに扱ったりしたら。
I hesitated for a second, unsure of what to say, but then I continued.
僕だって怒ります。能力を使ってその検査なんかできないようめちゃくちゃにしてやりますから覚えておいてください。
おいおい
He ain't messing around.
ダメよ、何言ってるの？
Everyone was shocked at seeing me act so differently than usual, but I remembered the sense of power and shivered a little. I'm not even going to. No. That's right, I could do it. I would do it. If I had to, I could do what I just did. Understood. I'll make sure she understands that during the exam. Will that do? Shinjo sighed a little and shook his head. He was probably trying to come up with a way to keep Kunosada quiet, and not having much luck. Alright, sorry to interrupt your club time. He went to leave the room, but just before he stepped into the hallway he turned around. Oh, oops, I had something else important to say, and I almost forgot it because of Kunosato.
なんでしょうか？
It was clear from Kurusu's voice that she was still upset. Shinjo may have been used to dealing with Kunosato, but the Empress was a whole different animal altogether. He flinched a little. Pulls a Columbo, just one more thing. He really did. This is for Miyashiro, Inoue, and Ito.
私ですか？
俺何も悪いことしてないっすよ。
I didn't do it.
してないです。
君たち病院の地下
He
へ
got
不
his
法侵入
voice
したじゃない
back,
か。
excuse me?
あれはですね。
というかそれを言ったら新庄さんや久野里さんだって。
その通りだ。だから今のは冗談として。
冗談になってね。
本気でびっくりしちゃったよ。
聞きたいことっていうのは実はその地下施設のことでね。
Shinjo's voice dropped several decibels as he continued.
久野里さんの話だと施設の PC に南沢千里という女の子のデータがあったというんだが、
Oh, of course, he had to get his voice back because we're talking about Senri. That makes sense. Understood. I heard Kurusu's gasp a little. Shinjo didn't know about Kurusu and Minamisawa, though, so he just looked confused for a moment before quickly continuing.
久野里さんは君たちも一緒に見たと証言してる。覚えはあるかな？
Suddenly hearing that name almost brought back the trauma, but
はい、見ました。
データは確かにあったんだね。
はい。
そうか。
Shinjo looked at Ito and Sarika too. They both nodded.
ならこれを確認してほしい。証拠品でね、実物を持ってくるわけにはいかなかったんだが。
He put his hand in his pocket and took out a photo. It showed what looked like an ID card. I couldn't believe my eyes. The card looked old, and it was dirty and scratched in spots. But the name and face on it were clearly visible.
南沢千里。
That's right. The name Senri Minamisawa was displayed under the ID card. ID number, even. The expressionless face in the picture was, without a doubt, the girl I'd seen in the basement.
どうだろう。同姓同名の別人ってことはないかな。久野里さんはこの子に間違いないと言ってるんだが。
間違いないです。
俺もそう思います。
私も。
All three of us answered instantly. Shinjo nodded and put the picture back in his pocket.
そうか。ありがとう。
その子、南沢千里さんがどうかしたんですか？
I asked, trying to say it in a way that wouldn't bother Kurusu.
ゆうべ、そうだな。ちょうど君が浮くんを青葉寮に連れて行ってしまった頃か。新鮮駅付近を警ら中だった巡査2名が連続放火事件の容疑者らしき女を発見した。
え？
They what?
っていうと、私たちを襲ったパイロキネシストですか？
ああ、君らの証言や有村さんに協力してもらった似顔絵と特徴が一致していたそうだ。何よりも火を使ったらしいからね。
Supposedly, I'm told. Those words probably meant
逃げられたんですね。
職務質問をしようと近寄った途端にやられた。一人は重度の熱傷で今病院の ICU にいる。もう一人の巡査は女を取り押さえようともみ合いになった。結局彼も手足を焼かれ重傷なんだが、その時女が落としたのが。
Well, that answers that question, Mips.
は？
That woman had Senri Minamisawa's ID card? Why?
それって宮代を襲った犯人がってことですか
Suddenly there was a loud crash. I turned and saw that Kurusu had gone deathly pale and been forced to grab a table to stop from falling over. Her teacup was lying shattered on the table. The sound was probably from when she dropped it.
クルス？
先輩、大丈夫？ええ、ごめんなさい。ちょっとめまいがしたものだから。
座ってろ、副部長。
Kurusu is, in fact, not okay.
ありがとう。
Kazuki dragged a chair over for her to sit in, and she collapsed down on top of it. Shinjo seemed to realize that something was wrong. He hesitated a moment and then asked in as soft as tone as he could muster.
クルスさん、もしかして君も南沢千里のことを何か知っているのか？
新庄さん、そのことは。
平気よ、タクル。
Kurusu looked up and cut me off, and then she told him how Senri Minawisawa was a childhood friend, and that she was being used as a test subject in the experiments conducted in that basement. And finally...
でも、千里は渋谷地震の被災者として慰霊碑にも名前が刻まれています。犯人であるはずがありません。
So she really does... Oh, she really doesn't know. She believes the memorial, bruh. That's how she finished.
そうですよ。あの地震の犠牲になったんだろうって久野里さんも言ってましたし。
Kurusu totally believes the memorial. I quickly added. Shinjo thought for a moment and then spoke, even more gently than before.
クルスさん、よく話してくれたね。ありがとう。
Well, okay. I take it back. Kurusu believed the memorial. I think she's going through it right now and having some doubts, potentially.
彼女の死の記録が事実かどうかは今警察で再調査を進めている。その状況次第では申し訳ない。改めて署の方で話を聞かせてもらうかもしれない。
構いません。何かの間違いだと信じてますけど。
There was no doubt in her voice. Shinjo chuckled a little.
君の友達を疑いたくはないが、因果な商売でね。犯人の正体はともかく、宮代君と有村さん、君らはまた狙われる可能性がある。用心だけはしていてくれ。
やっぱりそうですかね。
君たちは能力者だとバレてしまったんだ。何かあったらすぐに連絡を。24時間いつでも構わない。あと南沢千里の件に関しては警察から正式に発表があるまで外部に漏らさないでくれ。真偽がはっきりするまでマスコミあたりに騒がれたくない。頼んだよ。
Shinjo took one last worried look at Kurusu and then left the room. Everyone fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. In the end, we cancelled the club meeting and Kurusu went to the student council to finish up her work. She was still pale. We all got ready to go, but for some reason no one actually left. Sarika and Arimura were paging through magazines. Kazuki was still playing ESO2. Ito and I were thinking about the case and glancing occasionally at the map as well on the wall. There was a new sticky memo on the map. While I was trying to decide if we should add it, Kurusu had written it down and copied it herself. Killer might be Senri. Man. Her normally beautiful handwriting was a little unsteady. She'd probably been shaking as she wrote it.
南沢千里か。
ああ。
確かに似てたな。ID カードにあった子供の頃の写真と有村の証言の似顔絵。
Arimura looked up from her magazine. She was staring at me. She didn't say it aloud, but it was obvious that she was trying to tell me that she thought so too. I thought back to when we'd been attacked by the pyrokinetic. She was a lot older, but if the girl on the ID card grew up, she might look like that, yeah.
それじゃ僕らを襲ったのは。いや、でもそんな。
なんかもう少し情報らしきものがあればな。
もしかすると、あの子なら何か知ってるかもしれない。
あの子？
ああ。
I hesitated for a moment, but then realized that we weren't getting anywhere as things stood. So, I held out my hand toward Ito.
悪いがスマホ貸してくれ。
I must smack Takaru. This man needs to get a phone!
お前、まだ新しいの手に入れてないのかよ。
Me and Ito both, apparently.
もうじき買うよ。
Why is he like this? Bruh. I took the phone from Ito and dialed the number. I understand putting things off, but this is ridiculous. I would die without my phone. After a few rings, I heard a voice I knew well. It was a gruff voice that I'd heard almost every day lately.
はい、青葉いいんです。
もしもし、父さん。僕だけど。
おお、タクルか。どうした？
He really does need a phone. Like, there's so many reasons.
あのさ、山添さんなんだけど。
At least he's not
今
staying at
ど
the
うしてるか
RV.
なと思って。
But still.
ああ、今診察室のベッドで点滴をしてる。軽い栄養失調が見られてな。お前が言うようにかなり劣悪な環境にいたんだろう。
今って電話に出られるかな？
眠ってはいないから大丈夫だとは思うが、ちょっと待ってろ。
I could hear him get further away from the phone. A second later, I heard a loud, high-pitched girl's voice.
ちょっとタクルに治療中なんだから邪魔しちゃダメだよ。
Yui, please. You don't understand.
お前の大声の方が治療の邪魔じゃないのか。
Yui had probably been so worried about Yamazoe that she'd raced home after school. It was great to see her being a good friend, but right now it was such a huge nuisance.
ああ、いいから山添さんに代わってくれ。大事なようなんだ。
後じゃいけないの？
これ絶対に内緒な。できればクルスには聞かせたくない話なんだ。お前も黙ってろよ。
There was silence on the line for a moment as she thought, but eventually she reluctantly agreed.
わかった。待ってて。
Since it was just me, she probably didn't feel the need to hit the hold button. I could hear doors opening and closing as she went to the exam room. There was some whispering, and then I heard another girl's voice.
もしもし。
Hey, sorry to bother you. You're not feeling well?
大丈夫です。私は平気だと言ったんですが。
Oh my lord, Takaru lost his voice too.
ゆいさんが心配してくださって。
I see. I was relieved to hear that she wasn't in bad shape. What I was about to ask her might be bad for her mentally. Hey, do you know a girl named Senri Minawisawa?
はい。
Senri Minawisawa. According to the records, she went to the same facility you did until the Shibuya earthquake. She would have been, that was 6 years ago, so maybe around 12?
南沢千里さん。
そうだ。どんなことでもいい。彼女について何か覚えていることはないか？
What was the point? That was like 2 or 3 lines.
南沢さん。
Silly.
南沢さん。
Silly behavior. She seemed to be trying her best to remember. I saw that the rest of the newspaper club, not just Ito, but Serika, Arimura, and Kazuki as well, were staring at me and trying to hear the conversation. I love that they've just adopted Arimura. She's just part of the club now. Yamazoe thought a little more before she spoke.
直接会ったりお話ししたことはないです。でも
But
でも
she must know the name.
何度か治療室に入っていく姿を見かけたことがあります。あの子は私よりも辛い治療をしてるって。だから私も頑張るようにって先生に言われました。
It's not even lines that could have been added to the script later. It's just in the middle of a convo. I know, right? It's like it's one thing for for the detective to lose his. Like, that kind of makes sense, I guess. He's not the most important, but still. Although then again, I don't think it happens to Takaru much, but that was kind of funny. It's very random. I remembered the experiments I'd seen as a little kid, and the tiny girl crying for help, and I shivered. But Uki had it far worse than I did. She'd actually been exposed to the same torture that Senri Minawisawa was.
ごめんな。嫌なこと思い出させて。
いいえ、私はそれが嫌なことだとは思っていませんでしたから。
But then again, I shouldn't complain too much, because I'm sure, like, there's so many of these that just don't get voice acting at all.
そっか。
So we are lucky.
他に何か覚えてることはないか？
And it is all very
そう
good.
ですね。南沢さんは随分と足が悪かったみたいです。
Bruh! Not the leg!
足？
Screaming.
はい、私が見かけた時はいつも片足を引きずっていて、先生に支えられるようにして治療室へ入っていきました。
I'm gonna jump on the ceiling.
片足を引きずって。
Man, who else does that? It's a mystery.
なので、私はてっきり施設で足の治療をしているんだと思っていたのですが。
It's not like we've seen a character this entire time that just drags her leg. Oh, creepy leg. Dragging her leg? Wasn't that the same thing the pyrokinetic was doing?
宮代さん。
いや、ごめん。また何かあったら聞くよ。ありがとう。
はい、それではゆいさんに電話を
そのまま切っちゃってくれ。うるさいから。じゃあまた後で。
ちょっと、なんか聞こえたよ。うるさいって何？
Oh, that's good. I hung up the phone before she could finish and handed it back to Ito. Then I looked at the map again. I saw the 2 notes that Kurusu had written in a trembling hand. Pyrokinetic found. The woman had Senri's ID. Pyrokinetic/killer might be Senri.
あの女は本当に南沢千里なのか？
It
でも
sure is
彼
looking
女は
that
もう
way.
この世にはいないんだろ？副部長が言うように慰霊碑にも名前があるし。
なあ。でも地下で見たデータでは行方不明になってた。
だからそれは。
そう、新庄さんにも言ったけど、僕はそれが彼女の死を意味すると思い込んでいた。クルスもそう言ってたし。けどもしそれがデータ通り本当に行方がわからないだけだとしたら。
どういうこと？
Sarko's looking between me and the map in confusion.
おのえも覚えがあるだろ。AH 東京総合病院は渋谷地震の時災害拠点病院の一つになっていた。被災者のデータはいくらでも共有できたはずだ。
そうなるとちょっと変ですね。慰霊碑に名前があるってことは、どこかの病院あるいは警察で彼女の死亡が正式に確認されたってことですもんね。
だろ？あんな実験までやっていた連中が大事な被験者の死亡情報を見逃すはずがない。
確かに行方不明なんて書かないよな、普通。
Ito crossed his arms in thought.
ってことは死亡したっていう情報が間違い、もしくは嘘か？
新庄さんは多分それを疑ってる。南沢千里という子はまだ生きていて、そして僕たちを狙ってるってことだ。
The red sun was about to sink below the buildings on the horizon. I looked out the window and saw that the sunlight had illuminated the clouds and formed a brilliant twilight, but soon it would disappear and the cold night would come.
でもさ、仮に犯人が南沢千里だとして、なんでお前を襲うよ？
それは わからない。なぜか能力者を恨んでいて、たまたま僕が引っかかったのか。
だったらわざわざニュージェネの狂気事件をなぞる必要なくね？宮代の推論通り犯行に何かメッセージがあるとすれば別だけどな。
Some kind of message. Back then, when Senri Minamisawa had begged for help, I'd left her there. I was just a kid, what could I do? No matter how much I told myself that, she probably wouldn't agree. She thought I was a ray of hope, and I'd left her there and ran. It wouldn't surprise me if the memories of that turned to hatred and rage that she would never forget. And after she was set free during the Shibuya earthquake, she attacked me.
Huh?
Suddenly I remembered the time when she attacked me. The smile on her face had chilled me to the bone. And this is what she'd said.
見つけた。
まさか復讐？
Was this whole thing Senri Minamisawa's way of getting revenge on me?
そんなわけあるか。
Sam, you missed a lot today, let me tell you. I realized what I was thinking and slapped my hands against my cheeks to drive the thought from my mind.
本当にいいの？
おう、任せろや。
やったよ、ウキちゃん。今日から一緒に暮らせるって。
Mips is coming in with the summary. Yeah, so they went and they took the girl, Uki, and cause she ran away, or she somehow escaped from Kunosato and the police guy. They don't actually know how she got away, but she went back to the to underneath the hospital to see that there was nothing there anymore. And so Takaru and Karusu found her there crying, and they convinced her to come back home with them. And then Yui just walks in the room and is like, Uki? And then they find out that she's a classmate. So she's staying with them now. And yeah, like Mip said, the arson woman was found and escaped. And people, they're starting to put together that it might be Senri. Oh, and also before the detective came to talk to the kids at school, Kunosato showed up and was freaking angry. She was really pissed. And got into a fight where Takaru was basically ready to attack her with his powers, and they had to be like pulled apart. So that was bad. But yeah, I think everything that Mip said is like a good summary. But yeah, we literally just saw that they found an ID that had Senri's picture and name on it. And he was just thinking about when he was being attacked by the arson lady, and thinking about when he saw Senri as a kid, so they're starting to wonder if, because her name is on a memorial saying that she died in the earthquake, but they're wondering if that was like a deliberate lie or what. Oh yeah, Mips thinks the dad's involved, and I'm hoping that that's wrong. I want Mips to be wrong, because I just want the dad to be a happy old man. I'll cry. He's just dumb. I don't want him to be involved, but we'll see. But yeah, the only way that they got them to agree to to let their brains be looked at, to get like scans done, is to go to one of the dad's friends, a doctor that he knows. So that was like the deal. But Takaru basically was like, if Kunosato started, you know, saying anything about Uki or Arimura, or like treating them like captives or anything, that he would just use his powers to like blow everything up there so they wouldn't have any data. And everyone was like, man, bro, you can't do that. But he's like, but I can though. So that's fun. Yeah, and he still doesn't have a phone! And we're still mad about it. And that's what you missed on Glee. After we got back, Kurusu and I were met with some good news.
はい、よろしくお願いします。もう、だから敬語はいらないってば。
Shinjo had come here in the afternoon, and that's what he'd worked out. There were several reasons. First, Freesia couldn't keep her anymore, but due to her power, it would be difficult to give her to a normal orphanage. Second, Shinjo was taking a different route than the other officers on this case, so he said he couldn't give her to a police facility. And the most important thing of all was that this is what Uki wanted. Having her old friend Yui here seemed to be helping her a lot.
よかったわね、ウキちゃん。はい。
She blushed a little and nodded. Oh, is Dauntless revamped? That's interesting. I think I tried it, but I did not play much. But yeah, the new hit game is definitely Lethal Company, which I'm gonna have to watch a video of later, because we were given some info on it, but I still don't really know anything about it. Or I've at least not seen any gameplay. It sounds interesting. She blushed a little and nodded.
父さんもありがとう。
なに、むしろこっちがありがたいってもんだ。誰かさんと違ってとっても気が利くし、家事の手際もいい。
I was gonna say, I don't know if it's so much that Senri aged quicker, or if she just, like, you know, maybe seems a little older, because they mentioned, you know, her, the experiments and stuff that she went through were being way more intense. So I imagine that she is just, like, the toll and, like, the pain just took, like, basically her body is just going through it, like, with the limp and everything. Because I think from how, like, Takaru said, like, what, it was like 6 years ago? Or something? He said that if she did grow, she would look the same as the arsonist. So I think she did probably grow properly, she just maybe looks a bit more hardened because of, everything she went through, if I had to guess. Also, yeah, I would like to know. I would also like to know how she freaking... Because they just kind of, like, mentioned, that she pulled a delusion on Momose, and then they didn't say anything else.
もう少し元気になったら、委員の手伝いもしてくれるって言うし、大助かりだ。
Oh, that's good.
父さん、それは私に対する当てつけと考えていいの？
But then again, I guess these guys aren't too concerned about Uki's powers. They just want to make sure she's okay. Yui pouted, but Dad just laughed and ran his hands through her hair.
部屋は
even.
どこにしようかしら。今空いてるところってないわよね。
私と一緒でいいでしょ。
そういうわけにはいかないわ。ユウとはどうするの？
別にいいじゃない。平気よね、ユウ。
ほら、ユウと困ってるでしょ。ダメよ。
だったら僕の部屋は？
嘘。タクルにってばやらしい。
いくらなんでもそれまずいだろ
違うよ、そういう意味じゃなくて。
Once his case was settled, I intended to leave, so I could sleep in the dining room or something, and she could have my room. But Carusa seemed to know exactly what I was thinking, and she poked me in the stomach.
なんだよ。
ダメですからね。また勝手に出て行ったら。
ここにいるのは事件が終わるまでって約束したろ。
そうだけど、あなたがだらしないからよ。一人暮らしなんて気が気じゃないって何度も言ってるでしょ。
Dad suddenly slapped his hands together.
ああ、そうだ。一つ部屋が空いてるじゃないか。
Why does everyone accuse him of being a pervert? He's just socially awkward. I think it's just because he's a boy.
ほら、今は使ってないが、以前ナースの宿直室だった。
あそこって物置じゃない、今。
Can't believe that's no longer gonna be a storage room.
でもな、日当たりもいいし、物置にしとくのはもったいないと思ってたんだ。
He is a teenage boy, therefore he is a pervert.
そう思ってたのなら、もっと早く片付けてほしかったわ。
Carusa sighed and turned to me.
明日部屋の片付けをしましょう。手伝ってね。はーい。
Yuto answered cheerfully.
でも今夜はどうしようか。ユイとウキちゃんが一緒で、ユウとは父さんとでいい？
よし、決まり。布団用意しなきゃ。ユウ、手伝ってくれる？
He's just too good, man. Bless
私
them.
自分でやりますから。
Ma'am.
大丈夫。ウキちゃんは何がどこにあるのかまだ分かってないでしょ。あと敬語はいいってば。
Who allowed this?
はい。だからそこははいじゃなくてうんうん。ね、言ってみて。でも私も手伝うので。そう？それじゃあ一緒に。
ああ、ちょっと待ってくれ。
I stopped Uki before Yue could take her out of the room.
どうしたの、タクルに？
山添、新庄さんから話は聞いたけど、もう一回だけ確認させてくれないかな。
はい。
僕のスマホ、今どこにあるか本当に知らないんだよな。
スマホ？ほら、こういうのだよ。
Yui took out her phone and showed it to Uki. When she saw it, she finally seemed to remember.
ああ、新庄さんが見せてくれた電話機のことですね。あれは、落ちていた場所に戻したんです。
その後、誰が拾ったのかわからないか？
はい、すみません。
そっか。
So it was just as Shinjo had said, after all. Then who had my phone and the picture inside it? I know, right? Uki was so creepy. We didn't know. Also, you say that, Sam, but she'd been locked in that basement so long, she straight up doesn't know. And how had they been able to call Ito's phone?
タクルにもういい？話は終わり？
ああ。
それじゃあ寝る準備しに行こう。父さん、
You could talk her who thought she was the murderer, like, man. Now she's here being all cute and being like, yes, ma'am. It's like,
おう
she's
この前干してか
adorable.
らまだ使ってないやつがあったら
She's
あれ
just
使え。
small,
あと
trying
シ
her
ーツも
best.
分かってるって。ああ、そうだ。ねえ、ウキちゃん、お風呂も一緒に入らない？はい。
How dare she steal my smartphone and murder everyone?
だから、はいじゃないでしょ。
Bro just needs to give it up and get a new phone. It's like, I understand his reason, but like, that shit's gone. That ship has sailed.
言っとくけど、ユウは別だからね。
わかってるよ。
ユイのやつ随分とはしゃいでるな。
そうね。でもわかるわ。やっぱりお友達っていいものよ。
You still think Arson Woman will be the next villain? Yeah, she's absolutely not the next killer. I can agree with that though. Like, maybe not the. I mean, she could be the next victim. But we technically have 2 left. But that would just. I can only imagine. That's gonna spin everyone on their heads. It'd be great. It'd be terrible for her. Rip Senri, but Yui took Uki and Yuto out of the room.
クルスは大丈夫か？
But
どう
yeah,
して？
obviously she's connected, but definitely not the killer. I agree.
ほら、食費とかいろんな世話とか一人分増えるだろ。
世話は平気よ。ウキちゃんはいろいろ手伝ってくれるって言う
And
し、
Caruso is absolutely
むしろ楽
fine.
に
Taking
なるく
care
ら
of
い。
people is what she does best.
食費とかはまあ父さんが頑張ってくれれば。
おお、任せとけ。ちょっとトイレに。
Dad quickly ran out of the room to escape Caruso's gaze.
もう
She chuckled, but there was a kindness in her laugh. How is Miyashiro? Completely awakened. Shall I do it? More. More? Wait, yes, more. More suffering, more regrets. I saw something about abandonment! What did that say? Why did they make that one so fast? Big fear, dude. Big fear. Sunday. Arimura, Uki and I got a full medical check as the hospital run by a friend of my dad's, just like Shinjo had suggested. Oh hey look, brains. And now the numbers, brainwaves, and electrocardiographs, MRIs, and other screens were lined up on Dad's computer screen. Of course, as a complete amateur, I had no idea what any of it meant. Oh, the pain of the abandoned, okay. I thought it said something like that, but it was so fast. Kunosato was talking to my dad as if she were a colleague, rather than addressing him as the much older man that he was.
おかしなものって何ですか？ただでさえこんな検査されてムカついてるのに。しかも今日って友達と約束あったんですよ。
The pain of the abandoned is, very concerning. That whole little bit is concerning as it usually is.
女子同士って一度断ると後々面倒なんですけど。
Arimura put her hands on her hips and complained. Uki, for her part, looked scared. She was hiding behind me and trying to stay out of Kunosato's sight.
素人は黙ってろ。邪魔だ。
はあ？冗談じゃないですよ。ここでちゃんと言っとかないと、この先どんな実験をされるか分かったもんじゃありませんからね。
そういうことを言うど素人が一番腹が立つ。
なあ有村さん、久野里さん、そうやって一日中喧嘩してて疲れないか？
Shinjo sighed, like he always did. Arimura's eyes narrowed as she glared at Kunosato, who just laughed.
で、佐久間先生、結果はどうでした？
分かったことがあればなるべく早くお願いします。できればこの後買い物に行きたいんで。
ああ、そうするよ。まずウキちゃんの成長阻害因子に関してだが、これはすぐには分からん。染色体からホルモンの分泌異常まで詳しい結果が出るには時間がかかる。で、タクルと有村さんに関しては体はどこにも異常なし、どの臓器もすこぶる健康だ。ただしタクルは食事のバランスが明らかに悪い。特定の栄養素が欠乏してる。これはののによーく言っとくからな。
I'm shocked.
有村さんは少し甘いものや油を控えた方がいい。ジャンクフードもやめること。このままだと確実にメタボへ一直線だ。
体のことは別にいい。脳はどうなんだ？
ああ、これが MRI だが。
Dad clicked on one of the images, which displayed images of a human brain. Arimura must have found the sight of her own brain creepy because she looked away. Uki didn't seem to know what it was and stared at it from behind me, confused. Karusu's never gonna let him live it down. Absolutely. Kunosato clicked through the images slowly, checking each little part in turn. But then she finally tossed it away.
3人ともネガティブだな。
ああ、ネガティブだよ。
What does that mean? Is that
ネ
good or
ガティ
bad?
ブ？嘘、頭悪いってことですか？
Does that mean I'm stupid? Yes. Yes, it does. Arimura staggered back as if she'd been giving some kind of shocking news.
確かに頭が悪いな。バカすぎる。
You've been diagnosed with the stupid.
そんな。
いやい
Negative
や、
brain matter.
そういう意味じゃないから。
Not a single brain cell to be seen. Dad chuckled a little.
久野里君、君は聞いていた以上に人が悪いね。
ネガティブの意味もわからないようなやつはバカと断じていいはずだが。
こいつは新庄君の気苦労もわかるね。
でしょ？
Shinjo gave Dad a tired smile.
安心していい、有村さん。医学の世界ではネガティブは陰性って意味だ。つまりおかしな症状は出ていないということだよ。
え？
君の脳は至って正常ってことさ。
なんだ、びっくりした。
Arimura sighed with relief, for once acting like a girl her age. Lately, I'd finally understood that this was who she really was. She'd once told me before that she was always trying to be the person that the people around her wanted her to be.
ギガロマニアックスと脳の肥大化の間には結局
I was literally just thinking the same thing, Mips. Assuming that they did autopsies on all the other victims, which I'm guessing they did, but I would say that yeah, the brain swelling must come from whatever happens to them when they die, or right before they died.
少なくともタクルたちに異常は見られない。君の言うそのギガロなんとかとの関連性は自分で判断してくれ。
Knowing Kunosato, I'm like very sure that she would have looked at them. The second that they link them together. Or even the second that she started to think that they might have been connected, she would have wanted to see, I'm sure. Kunisada frowned and thought.
でも一連の殺人事件の犠牲者には特徴があった。被害者の脳に同一の症状が見受けられた。
Yeah, there we go. Kunisada showed Dad her tablet computer. It had several brains on it that weren't ours. Arimura looked away again.
これを見ればわかるだろう。どれも大脳新皮質が肥大化している。
ああ、言われれば確かに。
Dad whispered as he looked at the tablet.
肥大化？大きくなってるってこと？
まあな。
およそ 1.2 倍といったところか。そこで今回お前たちの脳に同様の症状
Hello. We all had our bathroom breaks. I got Molly some food, now I've tucked her into her little bed. We're ready. Oh, you look so cozy down there. She's ready for murder. Although, to be fair, I don't think we'll see a murder today. Yeah, true, we're back to Arimura not having a single brain cell. Relatable content. I feel that.
つまり被害者にだけ脳を肥大化させる特別な何かが起こった。
Actually, fun fact, speaking of the child, you're so cute, your little blankie. It's her birthday this week. It's her birthday on Wednesday. She's growing up.
どうだろうな。
Sobs.
この程度なら日常生活に支障のあるレベルじゃない。知性や知能にも影響はないだろう。本人も気づいてなかったんじゃないか?
She is getting old. A little old lady. It's okay, you're a puppy in my heart. Don't worry. She's gonna be 5. Can't believe it.
つまりもともとそういう脳をしていたのか、死の間際に異常をきたしたのか、あるいは脳に異常をきたしたせいで死んだのか、断定はできないということですか。
I know! I swear I just brought her home. But she's literally gonna be 5 on Wednesday. It's crazy. Dad looked at the tablet and nodded.
そういうことだね。
That's your psychic damage for today. You gave everyone else psychic damage yesterday, but I'm giving it to you.
いずれにせよ考察のためのデータが乏しすぎる。
It's okay, you're still a baby.
せめてあと 2,3 に被害者が出てくれればいいんだが。
Yeah, you're a cute little monkey. You're all naked from your haircut, so I gotta wrap you up. Keep you warm in these trying times.
だからそういうことを口にするのはやめろ。
Shinjo treated it like a joke, but her face was completely serious and terrifying. That's true. Do you remember? I'm curious. Do you remember how you found my stream? Cause I can't remember. Did you find me before or after I moved home? I feel like it was before, but I can't. Oh my! That was so long. Man, that's like. Oh. Oh my gosh. That is like extreme too, because I barely played multiplayer Stardew. Cause I preferred to play it by myself. That's funny. That's crazy, actually. Man. That's actually wild.
っていうか、つまり今日の私たちの検査はあんまり意味がなかったってことですか？冗談じゃないんですけど。
Freaking nuts. I really liked her vibe immediately. I'm just gonna cry in the corner. Blessed.
いや、そんなことはないさ。有村さんがすこぶる健康で脳にも異常なしって分かっただけでも収穫じゃないか。
Shinjo tried hard. Or tried his best to make her feel better, but
私に向かって心にもないこと言っても無駄ですよ。これだから有村は厄介だって思いましたね、今。
そんなことあるわけ。
Shinjo gave up and lowered his head.
すまん。
ああ、せっかくの休みが潰れちゃった。私そろそろ行きますね。
Arimura grabbed her bag and tried to leave.
ちょっと待て。
You'll love to see it. The lie detector. But she turned around at the door when Kunosato stopped her.
何ですか？
最後にもう一つ手伝え。お前の能力が必要だ。
嫌です。
だから久野里さん、物には頼み方というものが。
But Kunosato ignored him.
山添雨季の能力についてちゃんと聞いておきたい。
Yuki shivered and hid behind me. What happened to Kunosato that made her like this, man? I really want to know. I'm sure we'll find out, but like, man, Dad saw her and frowned in a way that only I could notice. Then he said, I'm gonna hit the restroom, and walked past Arimura and out the door. On the way out, he whispered to me,
俺は向こうへ行ってるわ。超能力なんて話は医者の領分じゃねえ。聞いてるだけでこっちの頭が変になりそうだ。
After Dad left, Kunosato looked at tiny little Uki with cold eyes.
山添、お前自身にもよく分かっていないようだが、とりあえず知っていることだけでいい。話してみろ。
Her harsh tone only scared Uki more, and I looked at her and nodded, and she tried her best to work up her courage.
私は誰かが心に描いたものを形にしてしまうみたいなんです。
That makes sense.
誰かが
I
心
mean,
に
that's what
描
happened
いた
with
もの。
Momose.
それは誰の思考でもか。
私の近くにいる人です。
形というのはつまり実体化させるということだな。例えばここにあるコインを私が思い描いたら。
Kunosato took out a penny and showed it to Uki.
そういうものの場合もありますし、そうじゃないものもあります。
What do you mean by not?
何と言えばいいのかわからないですが、例えば状態を
Situations?
綺麗になりたいとか、こうなってほしいとか。
それが現実になるっていうのか。
現実なんでしょうか。私にもよくわかりません。
それは今やろうと思ってできるものなのか。
いえ、意識してできるわけではないです。
どうだ、有村。
Kunosato looked over, but Arimura just turned her head.
はいはい、その子嘘はついてませんよ。全部本当みたいです。
無意識のうちに他人の思考や願望をリアルブートしてしまうということだな。
なるほど。それならこの前フリージアから姿を消した方法も説明がつく。百瀬さんの思考がリアルブートされてしまったわけか。
So her power could only real boot other people's thoughts and wishes, not her own? Interesting? It's very interesting. It was like her own life. She had no hopes of her own and only lived her life for the sake of others. In a way, it was a very sad power.
好むと好まざるとに関わらず能力を発動してしまうという点では、そこにいる有村ひなえと同じ部類だ。能力自体は大したものだが、不便なものだ。
ふん、不便で悪かったですね。
で、それはいつからだ、山添。 いつからそんな能力を身につけたのかと聞いている。地下施設での実験中にか？
いえ、私は劣等生でしたから。
ならいつだ？
多分渋谷の地震の後からだと。
This freaking earthquake, man.
やはりな。
やはりってのは？
こいつらの話と、あとあんたが調べた被害者たちの過去、それらを総合して考えると、能力に目覚めたと思われる時期がほぼ同じだ。
あの地震が原因だってのか？
まだ仮説だがな。
Kunosato started to type something into her tablet.
待ってくれ。地震なんてどこでも頻繁に起こってる。その度にギガロマニアックスが生まれてたらキリがないじゃないか。
いや、私が言っているのは地震そのものじゃない。
あ？
あの時不可思議な現象が渋谷で観測されたのを覚えているか？
Something strange? I did remember, actually. Do you mean that white light? Kunosato nodded. That white light. The white light that had covered us right after the Shibuya earthquake. There were a lot of rumors about it, including one that said it was plasma caused by the earthquake. But I'd heard they still didn't really know what it was.
驚いたな。久野里さんが陰謀論者だとは思わなかった。
What conspiracy theory? Wait, do you mean the one from after the quake? I was talking about a certain rumor that had gone around right after the earthquake. The rumor said that the quake caused by a secret tectonic weapon experiment, a joint program between the US and Japan, that might have gone awry. And that the mysterious light was caused by its explosion. And that Chaos Child Syndrome, which was believed to be a form of PTSD, might actually be caused by the materials used in that weapon. The rumor was popular on AtChannel for a while, but people quickly got bored with it. By the time I'd woken up from my coma, no one was talking about it anymore. No. It would be more accurate to say that instead of people getting bored, someone had done their best to erase all traces of it. At the time, I'd found this strange and started looking into it outside of the internet. Despite the large magnitude of the quake, there had been no aftershocks afterward. All the damage had been concentrated in Shibuya, and the epicenter had been observed to be far too shallow. Despite all this, not a single scientist was speaking up. Whenever someone raised even the smallest doubt, they were quickly shouted down as an idiot conspiracy theorist.
ただの言い。
私の仕事はもう終わり。
God, what have I done? I hit the wrong button!
ですよね。
Well, that's awkward. Screams? I didn't even know that was a button. I'm sobbing. Can I go back? I'm actually crying, dude. How could this happen? Man, how are you doing? Why is it left trigger? I just tried to put my controller down slightly and everything went bad. That's freaking tragic. Would never happen to me. Sobbing, dude. Well, we're just gonna... I'll just read it out, okay? I made so many mistakes. I wish it was just a conspiracy theory. What do you mean? I think that light might have been the cause of everything. The earthquake was just a side effect of it. Are you serious? Then what do you think the light was? If I knew, my life would have been a whole lot easier, but I'm sure that someone caused it. What do you mean your life would have been easier? Of course that's what we accidentally skip. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you figure that out some other time? All I want is for you to solve the case, and soon. Arimura saw that Shinjo and Kunosato were about to start arguing and readjusted her tote bag on her shoulder. I'm absolutely crying, dude. Can I, like... text message skip? I didn't even... I swear! Oh, maybe I did hit that. I thought I hit the bumper. The urge to turn that off, but the fear. It's fine. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. It's fine. It's like nothing happened. No one ever needed to tell me to use my keyboard rather than my mouse because it sometimes double clicks. Oh no! Man. I had to get a new mouse because mine was like getting really old and started doing that, and it was I mean, I would even play things with my mouse, but just like, you know, just like opening tabs and like doing whatever, it was driving me crazy. I was actually losing my mind. It made me so annoyed. Yeah, bye.
ウキもまたね。てか、もっと元気出せよ。
She patted Uki lightly on the head and left the examination room. Uki softly whispered, "Yes, ma'am," as she watched her go. I can't believe that made Tony come out of lurk. I hope you're having a good day. Enjoy going back into lurk mode. That's actually a tragedy. Well, I guess we'll know that works for next time when I eventually do the second playthrough. Sobbing. Whew. After that, Kunosato began to mumble to herself as she started to look at her data on Dad's PC. There was a different look in her eyes than any I'd seen before. To be honest, she looked a little crazy. A little? She, like, hinted at something there. I just want to know. Why is she so angry? It wasn't like a mad scientist. It was as if she was concealing some dark obsession. I'd seen these eyes somewhere before. Where was it? In the mirror? No. I remembered it and shivered. That pyrokinetic. That girl who might be Senri Minamisawa. They looked just like her eyes. Concern. They were the eyes of someone bent on revenge and consumed by hatred and rage. Game, you good? You had a moment there? Didn't know where to put us? Understandable. The Shibuya earthquake and the strange light. The relationship they had with our powers. I rolled around in my bed, thinking about everything that had happened. And then I thought back to the crazy look in Kunosato's eyes. She looked just like the pyrokinetic. Revenge, huh? Did Senri Minawisawa hate me for what I'd done that day? Did she hate me even now? That's crazy. I was a little kid. There's no way she'd still be mad about something that happened so long ago. I tried to say it aloud to convince myself. But that pyrokinetic wasn't behaving like a normal person. It was hard to think she was sane. She was a beast, an animal without a conscience, that was stalking the streets of Shibuya, with bared fangs. At least, that's how she seemed to me. And the terrifying words she'd said when she saw me. She looked at me and she said, "I found you." Did I end up putting my life at risk and not even realize it? The more I thought about it, the more my blood began to run cold. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have just listened to Kurusu to begin with. Wait, why am I acting so wimpy? I sat up on the bed. That's right, I had my power. Even if that woman was Senri Minawisawa, and she was trying to kill me out of revenge, I wouldn't just sit there and let her. But what if she attacked me when I was with Kurusu? And what if things got so dangerous that I couldn't protect my own life, or Kurusu's, without killing her? Could I kill Senri Minawisawa right in front of Kurusu? Whose phone is that? 'Cause I'm sure it's not Takaru's. I almost leapt up at the sudden noise. The sound was from my... He has a smartphone?! No way! Alert the media, he got a new one! I'd finally gotten a new one before I went to the hospital today. I'd totally forgotten. I can't believe it! I remembered how Ito had gotten a call from my old phone after I'd lost it and hesitated a little. I looked at the screen, trembling. Caller, Serika Inoue. I can't believe it, dude. Oh, it's just Inoue. Actually crazy. Hello? It only took legitimately 84 years. What's up?
もしかしてご機嫌なのめ？今日の検査で何かあった？
No, that's not it.
ダメだよ、ごまかしても。そういう声の時のタクはだいたい悩んでる時なんだから。
Evidently, it wasn't just Kurusu and Arimura who could tell when I was lying.
で、何を悩んでたの？
I wasn't sure if I should tell her, but it was Serika I was talking to after all. I told her everything I'd been thinking about.
白い光？
I was with you then, wasn't I? Do you remember anything?
それがね、私倒れて気絶しちゃってたから光とか見てないんだ。ほら、タクが病院まで運んでくれたでしょ？
Oh, that's right. I could still remember how Serika felt when I'd carried her on my back. Until then, I hadn't really treated her differently than any other boy, but at some point, she'd started to grow into a woman. When I carried her on my back, I was surprised. That was what a girl felt like.
あの時はごめんね。ありがとう。
Why bring that up now? You know we're friends.
幼なじみってやっぱりいいね。
Serika sounded happy, but the tone of her voice quickly dropped.
あ、でも、のんちゃんの幼なじみのあの子は、のんちゃんやタクを悩ませてるんだよね。困ったね。
That's the understatement of the year.
お前も気をつけろよ。昔地下施設で南沢千里を目撃したのは僕だけじゃないんだからな。
大丈夫だよ。きっとタクが守ってくれるから。
Actually, that's true. Like, the main focus has been that she's after him, but technically Serika was also there and also left her behind.
あれ？もしかして守ってくれないの？
いや、そういうわけじゃない。ただ、その。
I fell silent, but I could tell that Serika was nodding to herself on the other side of the phone.
ああ、そっか。それで迷ってるんだね。
And then, even though I hadn't said anything, she seemed to realize my problem. Could I kill someone if it meant saving someone?
でもね、タク。多分のんちゃんなら相手が幼なじみでも親友でもタクを守るためにためらわないでやっつけると思うんだ。
Bro, that's some messed up shit for a teenager to be thinking about.
もちろん私もだよ。タクのためならどんなことでもするし、誰にも負けないと思う。絶対に。
尾上。
タクはどうかな？
This conversation mixed with the music. Maybe she was right. Kurusu would probably kill her friend if it was the only way to protect us.
でもそんなことクルスにさせていいわけない。
If that woman really was Senrin Minamisawa, it wasn't Kurusu who needed to do it. It was me, right? That's right, that was the way to overcome my past trauma, too.
あ、でも今日は18日だよね。
どうしたいきなり。
Oh, we are getting a little bit closer. Following Serika's conversation was as impossible as ever.
あのね、次の事件はすぐには起きないんじゃないかなって。
すぐに起きない？
I looked at the calendar and then realized.
次は23日か。
I mean, that's like a little close. If these killings were following the New Generation Madness, the next murder would be on the 23rd. After that would be Yummy Hand on the 28th, and Delinquent Puzzle on the 4th of November. Oh, I forgot there was one in November. I thought the 28th was the last one. If we get through the 23rd, we'd be safe for a while.
だからそれまでは安全かも。
とはいえ23日になったら24時間逃げ回らなきゃいけないんだよ
だったらその日はみんなで一緒にいようよ。ずっと。
I mean, that's a good plan.
いくら恨みを持ってるからってみんなのいる場所に堂々と出てくるなんてできないんじゃないかな。
なるほど。やっぱりそういう作戦しかないか。
If we could avoid the murderer that way, we'd win.
部活のみんなにも協力してもらって深夜までやってるお店に入っちゃうとか、佐久間先生さえ許してくれれば青葉寮で合宿してもいいかも。
尾上、お前意外と考えてるんだな。
なんかすっごく褒められちゃった。
No, no, it's not. It's not a compliment at all. But whenever I was in trouble or worried about something, Serika had always been there to listen. She was one of the few people who really understood me. Of course, I was too embarrassed to tell her that, and I had no plans to ever do so.
それじゃあタク、おやすみ。いい夢見てね。
ああ、おやすみ。
I hung up and then looked at the calendar on the wall again.
10月23日。犯人はどう動き、どんな犯罪を犯すんだろう。それは本当に何らかのメッセージなんだろうか。そして狙われているのはこの僕か、それとも。
Just like we'd expected, nothing happened over the next few days. There was no sign of that woman and no new arson cases, which meant no new news about the case. For my part, I was trying to figure out how to use my power to protect everyone, instead of just screwing around like I had before. And then the day was upon us.
とりあえず今のところは何もなしか。
ああ。
よかったっすね、宮代先輩。これもわざわざひなえちゃんが付き合ってあげてるおかげっすよ。感謝の印として今度専属屋のマンゴーフルーツパフェごちそうしてくださいね。
何言ってんだ。お前だって狙われてるかもしれないだろ。お互い様ってやつだ。
うわー、ドケチ。
ちょっとみんな気を抜くのが早すぎるわ。問題はこれからなんだから。
I was gonna say, what day are we on? Did we time skip to the day, or are we like just close to it? Where am I? Nothing had happened during school. We'd made sure that nobody was alone during break periods, and it had paid off. Okay, it's gotta be the day, right? It's gotta be the 23rd.
なんだ山添。
私も一緒にここにいてよかったんでしょうか。学園の生徒でもないのに。
今日は特別だ。君だって能力者なんだから狙われないとも限らないだろ。
そういうこと。今日が無事に終わるまで絶対に私たちと離れてはダメよ。
はい。
Uki had seemed uncomfortable in this new environment all day.
で、これからどうすんだ？
そろそろ学校も人が少なくなるし、移動した方がいいわね。
Well, maybe we will see a murder today.
渋谷で遅くまで開いている店へ行こう。悪いけどみんなも付き合ってくれるか？
しょうがないっすね。その代わり宮代先輩のおごりでよろしく。
有村、他のメンバーはともかくお前は割り勘だ。
先輩ひどい。鬼、悪魔。
She's so great. Call me whatever you want.
それでどこ行くの？
カラオケとか？
できれば懐的に優しいところにしてくれ。
だとすると行き先はいつものあそこだね。
Ah, heck yeah, let's go. Where is she? Yeah!
来たの。ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。
Yeah, we got the big group today.
お主たちか。好きな席に座ってよいぞ。
We chose a seat by the window with a good view. Cafe LAX took over a whole floor of a classy two-story business building near Shibuya's residential district. With a window seat, we could see all around the building. And we'd spot that pyrokinetic Senri Minawi-sawa, if that's who she was, immediately. The girl who escaped from another game. She sure probably did.
閉店までここにいられるね。
I love her. She's just vibing, man.
そのためにはたくさん注文しなきゃ。すみません。
もう一度確認しとくぞ。有村自腹だからな。
どれ、注文は決まったのか？忙しいからさっさとオーダーするように。
She's just living her best life, you know?
店員さん、忙しいなら私もお店の手伝いをしますので。
Oh! Okay, you don't have to.
は？
こらこら山添、客は手伝わなくていいんだからな。ていうか手伝っちゃダメだからな。
そうなんですか？
そうなんです。
私はここからここまで全部お願いします。
From here to here.
だから有村、どさくさに紛れてそういう注文するな。お前には絶対におごらないからな。お前、何うなってんだよ。
さっき食べたシュークリームのクリームが髪についちゃって。
Oh no. How could she pull that off with hair that length?
花ってば大きなあくび。
伊藤もだ。いくらなんでも気を抜きすぎだろ。
それにお行儀が悪いわよ。
んなこと言ったってしょうがないだろ。何時間もただだらっとしてるだけなんだから。
We've been at Cafe LAX for 4 hours already. At first, everyone had been tense and alert, but it seemed we were staying to hit our limits. Arimura and I seemed to be relaxing a little. If we were alone, we would have been afraid, but now we were surrounded by our friends. And if you added in the waitress and the other customers, there were even more people here now. I couldn't imagine someone just barging in and attacking.
おいこら、お主ら。
I won't lie, I found the art style super jarring, like, the first, maybe like 2 streams. But now it's just like, I don't know, it doesn't bother me at all, I'm just like completely used to it. I mean, all the backgrounds and stuff are absolutely beautiful. The amount of detail that's in the majority of them are just like, it's stunning. And I think one of my favorite things is still the fact that the character models get like depending on the environment, their models get accurate lighting, which I think is a really nice touch. And something I'm not used to. Like if there's a sunset, they'll be kind of like tinted orange and stuff. It's very neat. But yeah, like I was definitely thrown off by the art style at first. But yeah, now I'm just like, it doesn't faze me. But yeah, it is really cool. Like, we'll have to see. Or like, if they're in a really dark area, then they're like tinted kind of like the same, maybe like kind of greenish as the background or whatever. It's very cool, actually seeing it. The waitress had walked over at some point while I was looking at the window and she was standing next to me.
一体何時間粘るつもりじゃ。これ以上注文せんのならいい加減。ああ、します、注文。メニューください。
Order more drinks. I guess we had to order extra after all. It was only natural, but it was putting a big dent in my budget for the month.
おれ、メニューじゃ。ありがとうございます。タク、何頼む？
Mountain View, let's go! Sarika took the menu and handed it to me.
そうだな。なるべく安いもの。安いもの。
As I flipped through the menu, I saw...
Huh?
Bruh. That's a sumo sticker. I felt horribly dizzy and my eyes started to go blurry. That ain't good! I felt bad. It hurt to breathe. Well, it's that's a real sumo sticker. The 11th image which had tortured Arimura and I on the night we were attacked by the pyrokinetic was right in front of me. Everything started to go dim. Stay strong, don't lose it. Oh, hey CD, welcome. Yeah. Yep. Hello. Don't lose it. Oh, close the menu. Oh, that ain't good. Okay, I managed to get a hold of myself. But did you? What? Where did everyone go? That made no sense. How?
グルス。尾上。伊藤。
Where?
和樹。有村。山添。
They were gone. Not only my friends, but even the waitress had disappeared. Everybody was gone.
嘘だろ。誰かいないのか?
I called out to the back of the cafe, but there was no sign of anyone was there.
くそ、なんでだよ。
I wonder who that could be. This sound.
この音。
All the sound had disappeared from the world. The music that had been playing in the cafe was gone, and so were the sounds of the cars that sometimes passed by on the road. There was nothing but strange silence and dark gloom. I could only hear one thing. That terrifying sound. She was getting closer. The footsteps were coming up the stairs to the cafe. Shivering with fear, I forced myself to quietly open the door to the cafe, and then snuck out onto the landing. Trembling, I looked down the stairs to the first floor, and there I saw... Hey, Senri. What's up, girl? Our eyes met. Our eyes met for an instant. I saw those eyes, like cold fire, looking up at me from beneath the hair that covered her whole face. I knew it. That was... As if she could sense my fear. Senri Minaoisawa looked at me and smiled. It was the smile of a beast that has found its prey. Well, on to chapter 8. Should actually be called telepyrosis? You know, I'm glad it's called pyrokinesis, because if I had to say that, oh man. I would struggle so bad every time. Telekinesis but fire. That makes complete sense, honestly. It's probably just a translation error, if I had to guess. But I'm okay with it. I gritted my teeth to keep from screaming and ran back into the cafe. I closed the door as quietly as I could. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm so scared. She's going to kill me. 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 Senri Minaoisama is going to kill me. I tried to scream for help, but my voice got caught in my throat. No, even if I'd been able to yell, no one was there to help me. Kurusu was gone. Sarika was gone. So were Ito, Arimura, Kazuki, and Uki. Even the waitress had disappeared. And the lighting seemed to have turned a faded yellow, too. The cafe was much darker than usual. I was too scared to speak or do anything except slowly move backward from the door. Finally, I hit the wall and found myself with nowhere to run. I could knock her flames away again. I tried desperately to psych myself up for the fight. But... I couldn't see it. The D-sword. The D-sword wouldn't appear. No matter how much I tried to concentrate, the terror won out, and the D-sword refused to appear. Past the entrance to the cafe, I could hear the loud clicking of a heel against the floor, the sound of a leg sliding along the ground. She was bringing me a merciless death. I looked around and saw a door on the other side of the kitchen. It was the employee bathroom. I flung myself away from the wall, ripped open the door, and went inside. Then I locked the door with trembling hands. There were no windows in the bathroom. I'd run inside without even bothering to turn the lights on, so it was pitch black. In that cramped, enclosed space, my heart started to pound fast, and my breathing became heavy. She was going to hear me. I needed to be quiet. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle the sound. It hurt to breathe. But if I couldn't be quiet, she'd find me and kill me. Senri Minawisawa's footsteps finally reached this floor. And then she stopped. Suddenly, and there was an eerie silence. I could almost sense, somehow, that she was looking for me. Just go away. Leave me alone. I prayed, but it was a waste of time. She came inside the cafe. The footsteps started again. Slowly. Slowly. The woman slowly moved around the cafe. I could hear her dragging her leg from one side of the cafe to the other, as if she was toying with me. Each time she moved, she knocked glasses and cups to the floor, where they shattered. All I could do was try not to scream. I remembered all the horrible ways the other psychics had died. Don't look at me, leaky noise, revolving dead, ghosts on death. Was that going to happen to me too? No, I don't want to die like that. How much time passed after that? Suddenly, Senri Minawisawa's footsteps started to get further and further away. I couldn't tell from here, but it felt like she might be about to leave. I concentrated as hard as I could on listening to those eerie footsteps. I could hear a door open and close, and then that awful dragging sound again, this time going down the stairs. And soon, there was no sound at all. I panted in relief. Now I wouldn't die in the new generation mad. Okay, no, that's not good. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was so utterly unexpected that I couldn't stop myself from screaming. The knocking stopped for an instant. I could sense that someone was looking at me from the other side of the flimsy door. The knocking started again.
ホテルで聞いたあのノックの音。
And slowly, but steadily, it continued. The interval between each knock was identical and mechanical. Knock. Knock, knock, knock. I tried to get as far away from the door as I could. Bro, don't open the door. But the bathroom was tiny and there was nowhere to run. Don't. Don't open the door, dude. I won't let her just kill me. I'll catch her my damn self. Could I beat a pyrokinetic with my bare hands? The thought flashed through my mind for an instant. But I didn't think I could take the terror anymore. I was at my limit. I screamed, unlocked the door, and slammed it into it as hard as I could. The bathroom door opened with a bang. Huh? Overcome with terror, I screamed and slammed the person in front of me to the floor, but...
何してるのタクル
At the last minute, someone grabbed my head from the side. I smelled a pleasant scent that I knew well.
Huh?
どうしたの一体
Kurusu was beside me, holding me, and...
重いよタク潰れる中身が出る
That's still gotta be real bad that he opened the door. The person I had knocked to the floor was Serika. Any more and I would have heard her.
宮代先輩すっげえ大胆こんな場所でセリの初めてを奪おうとするなんて
違うそんなことより
I shook off Kurusu's arm and stood up.
あの女は
あの女
Everyone looked confused. Serika stood up, rubbed her butt, and started to look around the room.
あの女って誰
So, did they just think he was acting like normal? Like, how long was he delusioned? In the delusion?
だから今ここにいたの僕を殺そうとしてっていうかお前らこそ今までどこにいたんだよ
あ？どこってずっとここにいたぞ。
Ito stood up from the sofa on the window. Yamazoe and Kazuki were sitting next to him with surprised looks on their faces.
なあお主ら少しばかり騒がしいのこれ以上迷惑になるようなら即刻出て行ってもらうが
Even the waitress was here too.
そんな確かに僕は襲われたんだしかも店には誰もいなくて
Yeah, they never do notice until the aftermath, which makes me wonder if it's like an instant for them, but obviously longer for the person it's happening to. Like, you know, he might have just been... To them, it might have just seemed like he was looking out the window or something. Like, super fast, like. You know, something, obviously, that they wouldn't notice. But I still think it's really bad that he opened the door. I don't know, man. I don't... Opening the door and hearing that knocking has never been a good combo, so I don't trust that whatsoever. Was that just a dream?
違う夢なんかじゃない
Tucker, you know what it was. You know what it was. I could could still remember the sound of her leg dragging and the sound of the knocking on the door. Just thinking about them made me shiver.
ってことは、これもあの女の南沢千里の能力なのか。偽のカフェラックスを作り出し、僕だけを閉じ込めて。
I thought she was just a pyrokinetic. Could she do that as well?
いや、それとも彼女の手助けをしている能力者がいるのか。
Either way, the possibility we discussed at the newspaper club meeting was right, and in a bad way.
ちょっと大丈夫タクル、ひどい汗よ。
Kurusu took out a handkerchief from her pocket and started to gently wipe the sweat off my forehead. But suddenly her hand stopped. She looked at me, her face pale.
タクル、あなた、目から血が。
Oh. Oh, that's bad. I put my hands up to my eyes, surprised. When I tried to rub them, I felt something slick, and when I looked at my hands, they were bright red. I could see my blood on her handkerchief, too. Had I been so scared and tense that the blood vessels around my eyes had burst? Takaru, maybe tell them about the sticker? You know, maybe?
どうしたのそれ。
大丈夫か宮代。
あ、
父さんに見てもらわなきゃ。行こう、タク。
Kurusu and Serika tried to drag me out of the cafe. I could see Ito, Arimura, Kazuki, and Uki in the corner of my eye, trying to figure out what to do. I turned to them and said,
伊藤、有村、和樹、山添、お前たちも一緒に。
はい。
私もいいんですか？こんな時間に？
遠慮なんかしてる場合じゃない。能力者がターゲットにされてるのは間違いないんだ。今日が終わるまでとにかく離れちゃダメだ。
We left Cafe LAX and headed for Alba Clinic.
Ah, 特に目に異常はねえな。角膜も綺麗なもんだし、血圧もほぼ正常と。
Dad nodded as he looked at me.
頭痛はするか？体のどこかが痺れるとかは？
特には。
視界の一部が欠けてたり、狭くなったりもしてないな？
うん。
そっか。なら大丈夫だ。
本当に？もっとよく見て。
Kurusu was sitting next to me, worried.
さっきからそればっかだな、お前。
だって
まぶたの裏に血管があって、稀にそれが切れることがある。ひどい緊張や興奮をして力が入ったり、踏ん張ったりするとな。覚えがないか、タグル。
Yeah. My blood vessels also burst in excitement. Yep. I remembered the attack at Cafe Lax and shivered. But I nodded before Dad could see.
だろ？それが原因だよ。心配ない。
I mean, he definitely went through a lot of stress. That's true. It's an understatement. Dad called up my chart on the computer. The same one he'd been using since I was in a coma. He started to type something.
おいおい、ノノ。そんなおっかない顔で睨むなって。
タクルに何かあったらどうする気？
I'm almost always bleeding out of my eyes. It's fine. It is completely normal behavior. Just an everyday occurrence. She is clearly overreacting. I agree. Dad stopped typing and opened another page on the chart.
タグル、紹介状書いてやるから、明日また 頭の中の写真撮ってこい。
Yeah, brain scans. Been there, done that.
でも
Love a brain scan.
いいからいいかって。可愛い娘が怒って口聞いてくれなくなったら困るんだよ。
Yeah.
うん
Dad wrote me another referral to the same hospital as before, which was finally enough to satisfy Nono.
いや、そうだ、ノノ。
ん？
お前、自分もまだ病み上がりだってこと忘れんなよ。
Yeah, speaking of health issues, remember that one?
あ、うん。
I remember.
そうね。ごめんなさい。
わかってりゃいい。
Dad smiled. Karusu and I thanked Dad, and then went up to the dining room where the rest of the group was waiting. Which farmer
私アップルティー。
私もわかりました。伊藤さんは
You're fine, Sam, don't worry.
コーヒーブラックで。
Black like my soul. When we got to the dining room, Uki was running around getting drinks for everyone. I looked at the clock and it was almost 11 p.m. Yeah, it did feel appropriate. I didn't think anything of it. There was just one more hour until October 23rd was over.
で、さっき何があったのかちゃんと説明してくれるんですよね、宮代先輩。
Arimura looked at me as she sipped her apple tea. She had the same joking voice she used at school, but her eyes were serious. She seemed to have come up with her own ideas on what might have happened to me, and her eyes were as gloomy as they were when we first met. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what happened, but...
例のパイロキネシストのことだから。
南沢千里。
うん。
I glanced at Karusu, just for a second. I thought she wouldn't want to hear that her old friend might be a serial killer. Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
クルス、もし嫌なら。自分の部屋に戻っててくれ。
Although I still
父
don't
さん
think
か
she's
ユ
the
イのとこ
killer,
ろへ行っ
but
てでもいいし。
she's something. Not the killer, though.
うん。ちゃんと聞かせて。
クルス。
聞きたいの。だからここにいる。
そっか。じゃあ。
I sat down in a chair at the dinner table, and after a moment's hesitation, slowly began to describe what happened to me at Cafe Lax. As I talked, the terror started to come back to me, and my hands were soon covered in a nasty sweat. I didn't want to look bad in front of everyone, but I couldn't stop my voice from shaking.
それでその後は知っての通りだ。ドアを飛び出したら外はいつも通りのカフェに戻ってた。
There was silence for a moment after I finished. Arimura especially seemed to be lost in thought. That was, of course, because Senri Minaoisawa was probably after me, her, or Uki.
殺されてたまるか。
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say, who did Katara kill? Because I don't remember that. Although it's been a very long time since I've watched Avatar. I mean, I know she's got freaking bloodbending, which is absolutely brutal, but I don't remember her killing someone. You know? Yeah? You make that that tracks actually. She whispered in a low voice and suddenly stuck her hand out into the air. Never thought about that.
おい
Yamazoi and I moved away surprised. Arimura had suddenly drawn her D-sword.
お前何を
決まってるでしょ。武器ですよ。
武器
あんたも出せるんだよね、ウキ。もしあいつが現れたら戦う。手伝いなさい。
戦うって私そんな
Mips, F. You missed Takuru basically telling them what happened. They're back at the house now.
いいから早く。
Uki tried to shake her head no, but when Arimura glared at her threateningly, she bit her lip. And then she reached out her hand. Her sword is so cool! What the heck? A giant sword appeared in her hand too. The thing is bigger than her!
宮代先輩も早く。
そんなこと急に言われてもどうやって抜いたらいいかわからないんだそれ。
役に立ちませんね。
I could hear how annoyed she was. It had been a long time since I'd seen her act this cold.
ねえ、何？どうしたの？
一体何の話してんだよ。
The others couldn't see the D-sword. All they saw was Uki and I freaking out.
私たちこの前、南沢千里に襲われました。そして今日も宮代先輩が。こんなのもう我慢できない。だから。
Arimura looked at the sword in her hands and cackled.
この手で事件を終わらせてやります。南沢千里を殺して。ちょっと待って。
Everyone turned to look at Kurusu. She probably knew that she was getting too emotional about the situation because she was hesitating more than I'd ever seen her before.
あのね、千里が犯人って本当のことなの？
証拠はまだあの ID カードと僕らの証言しかない。けど
I mean, I don't think the evidence. They have no evidence that she's the killer. They only have evidence that she's the attacker, or that she attacked them.
慰霊碑にはあの子の名前がちゃんとあるのよ。
それは何かのミスじゃないですか。A1 東京総合病院のデータでは行方不明になっていたんですよね。
Like she's linked to them, I guess, because there have been fires all around, but like. There's no evidence that puts her directly at the scenes.
けど、私見たんだもの。私の目の前で、千里は瓦礫に潰されて。
Oh. Maybe saying that sooner would have been helpful, actually. She must have been remembering something painful. She put her hands to her chest and her nails dug in deep. But then Arimura raised her eyebrows so high that I could see it. Wait, is she lying?
クルス先輩。
She's lying!
どうして嘘をつくんですか？
Bro!
え？
Let's go! Shocked, I glanced at them from one to the other. Arimura was staring at Kurusu with suspicious eyes. But Kurusu's expression remained unchanged, to the point where it almost seemed unnatural.
クルス先輩の今の言葉は嘘です。
Arimura's power let her tell when someone was lying. In other words, Kurusu was absolutely lying right now. But Kurusu looked Arimura dead in the eye as she spoke.
嘘なんかじゃないわ。
いいえ、先輩は南沢千里が死んだところを見ていません。
あなたの能力というのがどのくらい正確なのか私は知らないけれど、彼女はもうこの世にはいないわ。
Oh, shit. Okay.
そう信じたいだけじゃないんですか。
Alright,
ある
alright.
いは南沢千里が実は生きているのを知っているとか。
Oh, something very important happened, Sam. Karusu just said that she saw Senri die. And then Arimura was like, why that's a lie. Now we got fighting words. The two of them glared at each other.
もし仮に、
はい。
仮に千里が生き延びていたとしても、あの子に殺人なんてできるはずがない。
Karusu's voice took on a sorrowful note.
千里はとっても臆病な子だった。小さな虫を殺すこともできないくらい気が弱くて、何かあるとすぐに泣きべそをかいて、だからいつも誰かの後をついて回っていたわ。もちろん暴力なんて嫌いだったし、血を見るのすら苦手だった。そんな千里が猟奇殺人なんて、私にはどうしても納得がいかない。ありえないわ。
どうやら今度は本当のことを言っているようですね。
だから
Karusu's voice was rarely this emotional, but she must have realized that nothing she said would matter, so she fell silent.
とにかく千里が犯人じゃないとしたら、タクルたちの憶測は完全に間違ってしまっているわ。真犯人が他にいたらどうする気なの？
それは。
Of course, I'd thought about that possibility. That there might be multiple killers. That there might be another psychic working with Senri Minaosawa.
でも、だとしても、今日が終わるまでに誰も殺されなければ僕らの勝ち。
Everyone leapt out of their chairs as we heard the scream from downstairs. Was that Yui's voice?
Yui!
Karusu ran down the stairs. We followed right after her. Yui had fallen backwards onto the ground near the front desk. Her face was pale and her jaw was chattering.
お姉ちゃん、ねえ、どうしたの？
ユイ、大丈夫か？ユイ。
Yuto and Dad grabbed her and held her tight, but she was still shaking. The terror had completely consumed her.
何があったの？ユイ。お姉ちゃん、しっかりしなさい。
Urusu grabbed her by the cheeks and yelled.
私寝ようと思って父さんにお休みの挨拶して。
おやすみなさい。父さんも無理しないでもう寝たら？
If something happened to the kids, I'll be leaving this earth.
そう思うんだったら、ノノに意見しといてくれ。
I will take them all out
あいつの
myself.
せいで余計な仕事が一つ増えたんだよ。
ナナ姉はタクル兄のことになると人が変わるから。
違いねえな。じゃ、おやすみ。
うん、おやすみ。それで私部屋へ戻ろうとして診察室を出たんだけど、その時玄関のドアから 私休館の人かなって思ってそれで返事をしたの。
すみません、今日の診察は終わりなんです。休館でしたら夜間診療のある病院をご紹介しますけど。
I'm gonna take them out myself.
どうなさいました？救急車呼んだ方がいいですか？一体何なんですか？いたずらならやめてください。だからやめてください。
私ものす
I
ご
was
く
gonna say, it's not the knock,
だけど
but I'll still beat up anyone who messes with Huey.
外を見たの。
Well, you know, that could be why it's not the knock. She's getting bold now.
もう大丈夫。大丈夫よ、ユイ。
Kurusu rubbed her head gently, and at last the dam burst and Yui started to cry. Everyone looked at each other, pale as we listened to her sob. Arimura and I, in particular, had gone as deathly white as Yui. Knocking. That was the same thing I'd heard at the cafe.
やっぱり追いかけてきたんだ。
I could feel my knees shaking. I remembered the knocking and the dragging footsteps I had heard at the cafe, and my heart began to feel overwhelmed with terror. I felt an impulse to run screaming off into the night, but strangely enough, it was Arimura who gave in before I did. She gritted her teeth so hard I could hear it from where I was standing, and then she ran towards the front entrance.
おい、有村。
ひなちゃん！うわー！
She yanked open the lock on the door and then flung it open. Then she ran out into the street, flailing her D-sword.
南沢千里！私はここにいる！くだらない小細工なんかやめて！さっさと殺しに来いよ！
She kept swinging her D-sword at the shadows formed by the streetlights.
私はもう逃げも隠れもしない！殺せるもんなら殺してみろって言ってんだ！
やめろ、有村。何やってるんだよ。
I grabbed Arimura from behind. She'd clearly gone insane. Her D-sword hadn't been real booted yet, so it just slid right through me. If it had been, I wouldn't have survived.
やだ！離して！殺されるのは嫌！
落ち着け。あいつは僕らがパニックになるのを狙ってるんだ。冷静にならなきゃ負けだ。
なんでこんな目に遭わなきゃならないの？能力なんてなければよかった。こんなものさえなければ。
When I saw her, I realized that I'd been making a mistake. For a while now, I thought that I was starting to understand Arimura, but I was wrong. A bratty know-it-all. A normal girl who sometimes got excited and smiled a childlike smile. I was always surprised when she did, but I'd also told myself that was who she really was. But I was wrong. She was a weak little girl whose fate was caught up in events far beyond her control.
そうだ。能力なんてなければ、誰もこんなことに巻き込まれることはなかった。
No one would have been killed, and no one would have been tortured in those experiments in the basement. I hated myself for ever being proud of my powers. Why did they even exist? Who gave me these and why? Arimura's body was shaking as I held her. And pathetically enough, I was shaking every bit as much.
おい、宮代、有村。
Ito ran up to us as we sat on the side of the road. Serika, Uki, and Kazuki ran after him.
大丈夫か？
ああ、なんとか落ち着いた。
I lied so as to not worry them.
それより部屋へ戻ろう。ここにいたら危ない。いつ襲われるか。
And then Ito cut me off and showed me his phone. I flinched away.
まさか、また正体不明の電話がかかってきたのか。
Ito must have guessed what I was thinking because he quickly shook his head.
違う。よく見ろ、宮代。
I stared at the phone. It had the usual wallpaper, the usual apps. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
気がついたか？
尾上、お前のも見せてくれ。
Serika took her phone out of her pocket and showed it to me. It showed the same thing that Ito's did. The present time and date. 12:03 a.m., October 24th. October 23rd was over.
助かったのか。
Arimura swung her head around and yanked the phone out of Serika's hands. Her fingers were shaking too much to read what it said. She stared at it again and again, and then... The strength drained from her tiny body, she collapsed into me. And then she passed out. October 23rd. The day of the return of the new generation madness. And we'd survived it. Kazuki got into her usual gaming position and stretched. She was about to start playing ESO too. I chuckled as I opened the lid of my lunchbox. Everything was returning to normal. Inside the lunchbox was a sandwich that Kurusu had made for me. Morning had come. It was a Saturday, but it was the one day of the month we went to school on weekends. We'd gotten some sleep at Alba dorm, then taken showers and come to school. Yui and Arimura still hadn't woken up and were staying at Alba Clinic. But neither of them seemed hurt, and Kurusu and Uki were staying home to take care of them. For my part, I'd skipped out on morning classes to stop by the brain doctor that Dad had referred me to. The results had been the same as Dad had said, no abnormalities in the blood vessels in my brain. When I told Kurusu over the phone, she sounded relieved. The real question is, did someone else die? Because that seems more probable. I wasn't feeling hungry, but I didn't want to let a sandwich go to waste. I took a little nibble of it as I stared at the board on the wall. Doubt. The net had been in an uproar last night. No, it still was. But not because something had happened. In fact, the uproar was because nothing had happened. I checked a bunch of different places, TV, radio, and even the newspaper. But nothing happened on the 23rd that would make you think of the new generation madness. Interesting. There were all kinds of rumors going around on the net. This included a weird conspiracy theory that the killer had been captured, but because he was the son of a major politician, they couldn't go public with it. But most people thought that the return of the new generation madness was over, now that nothing had happened on the 23rd. Yeah, that definitely seems fake. I don't know, man. I think they just don't know. They just haven't found it yet. Would be my assumption. But the killer hasn't been arrested. Will killings continue?
おう、宮代。病院はもういいのか？
ああ、おかげさまで異常なしだってさ。
よかったね。
Ito and Serika were both carrying lunchboxes of their own. Kurusu had made their lunches this morning, just like she'd made mine.
けど登校するなり部室に直行してランチとかいいゴミ分だなおい。
授業は午後からでいいって言われたからさ。それにマップを見ながらいろいろ考えてみようと思って。
これ以上何もするなって今朝新庄さんに言われたろ。
When does that ever stop them? When we told Shinjo that there had been another attack by the person we believed to be Senri Minamisawa, he demanded to know why we hadn't told him sooner. But then he insisted that we never do anything so dangerous again.
でも考えるくらいならいいだろう。
I was gonna be like, they didn't really do anything, they were at their house. I put the lid back on my lunchbox, or on my lunch, having barely eaten any of it at all, and looked back at the map.
昨日僕たちはカフェラックスにいた。そこで事件が起こった。僕の前に現れたのは以前襲ってきたあの
I guess
女だった。
they're counting what happened at Lax. Alright, that's fair. It was clearly Momose.
そしてその能力は
She was a pyrokinetic.
ところがカフェラックスで僕を襲ったのはパイロキネシスじゃなく別の能力だった。それは
Showed me a delusion of being alone.
ってことはやっぱり南沢千里は一人で二つの能力を持ってるって推測が正しいのかな。
いや、まだ確証は持てない。別の能力者が協力している可能性を否定できないし。
Almost makes me wonder if somehow, because that sounds very similar to Uki's power. Almost makes me wonder if somehow subconsciously, like without knowing that she was doing it, she manifested and booted up what Senri wanted to happen. But I don't know.
それで襲われた時の緊張のせいでタクがまぶたの血管を切っちゃって結局みんなで青葉寮へ移動したんだよね。
Although then again, if that was a thing, they never really said if Uki knows when it's happening. So but I feel like she probably does. It kind of seemed like she knew when it happened with Momose, so maybe not. I don't know. Either way, definitely similar to her power. That's for sure.
ああ、僕はそこで父さんの診察を受けて、その後みんなで23日が過ぎるのを待ってた。
そういえばさ、あの時副部長と有村なんか言い争いとかしてなかったか？なんだったっけ？
They sure were.
言い争い？
あ、そういえば
Nono got mad that Hina was using her powers too much. That's pretty good.
そうそう、のんちゃんがね、南沢千里さんは絶対に犯人じゃないって言ったんだよ。
猟奇殺人なんてできる子じゃないって言ってたな。昔親友だったからわかるって。
I mean, just because she's not the type to be a killer doesn't mean that wouldn't happen after all the torture she went through. But then again, I still don't think she's the killer. She's sus. It's incredibly sus. But
でもさ、あの時に、
but I don't think she's the killer.
有村は副部長が嘘をついてるって指摘したんだよ。あれってどういうことだと思う？
Well, Arimura said she was lying about dying, not that she was lying about that she believed she wasn't the killer.
確かあの時有村が嘘だと指摘したのは
This one.
思い出した。クレスは南沢千里が目の前で死ぬのを見たって言ったんだけど
I really like how much
それ
they
が
use
嘘
the
だった。
board. I think it's a cool mechanic.
つまり死んだところを見てない。
It's always a interesting time.
きっとのんちゃんはね、親友だった子が犯人扱いされてるのが許
Like,
せ
I
な
think
か
it's
っ
just
たんだ
cool to
よ。
look at, but the
それ
fact
で
that it's
とっさ
actually
に嘘を
integrated
つ
as a
いちゃったん
mechanic
だ
is
と
neat.
思うんだ。
まあ、確かに副部長の気持ちになってみりゃな。
そうだな。やっぱり南沢千里の話題はクレスがいるときは少し気を使った方がいいな。
I stuck a paper up on the board.
そして問題はその後か。
あ
あ。アウバイーンの1階でユイが
Like, you know, you think about it, like when we started the game versus where we are now, where we like had just like 2 things on, and now we have like so many like different things connected and so many sticky notes.
ドアがノックされるのを聞いたんだよね。
It's very neat. I think I read somewhere when I was like looking up a few things that I think a newer version of Chaos Child actually has the map translated, which is kind of cool. I mean, rip my copy, but like that is neat. I think the one that's on the Switch has it translated because it's whatever one they released, because I think they did like a combo pack with the Chaos Head when it came out. So whatever one got released with that, I think if I read correctly, I think yeah, like all the locations on the map are actually translated. Hey girl, hey! It was the same thing I'd heard at Cafe Lax, that woman's knock. It was not the same knock, let me tell you, bud. You don't know it yet, but trust me. And Yui had seen a terrifying sight. Definitely terrifying and very
僕でさ
not
えカフェ
good,
であれ
but
だけ恐怖したんだ。
different.
何も知らないユイはさぞかし怖かっただろうな。
うん。かわいそう。
Fortunately, Yui didn't open the door. She quickly shut and locked it and saved us at the last minute. But if she'd opened the door all the way.
いや、待てよ。
I mean, I don't know why they don't think of the fact of, like, if she really wanted to kill them, she could have set the house on fire. You know? They're so close, but so far. I looked up from the map toward the ceiling. Something seemed very wrong.
お、どうしたのタク？
なんか思い出したのか？
Sarika and Ito looked at me confused.
いや、なんか引っかかった。ものすごく大変なことを見落としてる気がする。
Even Kazuki was surprised enough that she turned away from ESO2 to look at me.
大変なこと？
ああ、昨夜はいろんなことがあって、有村がパニクったり、僕も気が動転してて気づかなかったけど。
That's right. Was I just thinking now? If Yui had opened the door...
当然、これまでの事件から考えれば、ユイも被害者に。でも、それってつまり。
I looked at the map again.
前にも話したけど、 今回の事件には一つ明らかに共通する特徴があったよな。
っていうと？
Stickers.
それは被害者だ。
Oh, the victims.
最初の事件、こっちみんな。被害者とその特徴は、次は音漏れタン。被害者とその特徴は、僕が目撃した回転デッド。被害者とその特徴は、そして学園祭で起きたゴッツァンです。被害者とその特徴は、そう、事件のターゲットになっている被害者は全員能力者だ。それ以外は襲われていない。だからこそ僕や有村山添はずっと警戒していたわけだし、事実カフェラックスでは僕がターゲットにされた。でもアウバ寮に現れた南沢千里が襲撃しようとしたのは、そう、ユイだ。
I stood up in shock.
まさか、そんな。
ゆいちゃんもってこと？
マジかよ。
It was far too late for it to make a difference now, but I suddenly felt like a cold pillar of ice was pressed against my back. I was certain that Senri Minawasawa had come to Albert Clinic in search of me, Arimura, or Uki, and that Yui had only been caught up in it at all because she was unlucky enough to answer the door. But what if I was wrong? What if there was a reason she was after Yui? I had never considered that. I sighed. It was hard for me to really believe.
これから確かめてくる。あいつが本当に能力者なのかどうか。
Show her the sword!
あ、悪い。起こしちゃったな。
Wait, I don't know why he's doing it. He can't actually bring out the sword.
あ
Or
れ
he can't hold it, rather.
タクラに学校は？
早退した。お前のこと気になってさ。
またまた。
Yui slowly sat up from the bed and smiled a tired smile. She must have felt dizzy for a moment, because she leaned forward and grabbed her forehead. Her face was still pale, and the IV looked like it was painful.
いいからそのまま寝てろって。
でも
クレスに言いつけるぞ。
Those were always the best words to use on Yui. She frowned for a second, but then laid down and pulled up the covers.
有村は？
The other bed in the exam room was empty.
お昼頃新庄さんって刑事さんが来て二人で出かけていった。また後で来るって。
Shinjo was probably asking her about last night.
あいつもう体は大丈夫なのか？
元気だったみたい。
そっか。
タクラ兄にね、ありがとうって伝えてくれって。
え？
My eyes went wide as I looked at my foster sister. Arimura? Said thanks?
何かの聞き間違いだろ。
そんなことないよ。いい人だよ、有村さん。タクル兄にもちゃんと感謝してると思うけど。
聞き間違いじゃなきゃただの気の迷いだな。
I pulled a stool up to Yui's bed and sat down. And then I watched her as she lay under the covers. It might have been the first time I'd looked at her like this, come to think of it. Did she have some kind of power? It just seemed hard to believe. I mean, maybe I was mistaken. I hoped I was. People were saying that the killings were over, and that the return of the new generation madness was at its end. but the killer still hadn't been caught. The idea of the killer being after not just me, Arimura, and Uki, but also Yui was too scary to contemplate.
何？どうしたの？
As I tried to figure out the best way to explain things, I heard a very uncomfortable voice. She must have noticed that I was staring at her silently. My sister was looking at me in confusion.
あのな、
ん？
あらタクル、
おかえりなさい。
まだお帰りなさいっていう時間じゃないでしょ。
Kurusu was standing at the door, holding a tray with a bowl of rice porridge. Uki was next to her with a pair of spare pajamas. Kurusu put the tray next to the bed and looked at me, concerned.
学校早退したの？どこか具合でも？
ごめん、そうじゃなくて、ちょっと気になることがあってさ。
気になること？
Even if Yui was a psychic, I still wasn't sure if I should tell Kurusu about it. She'd just worry more. But she cared about her sister, I knew that. It was probably better if she knew everything.
どうすれば確かめられるかな。
And then I remembered the method that Kunosato had used on me. I glanced at Uki. She probably wouldn't like it, but it was the only way I could think of.
なあ、ユイ。
ん？
ゆうべのことをあんまり思い出したくないと思うけどさ。有村とそこにいる山添が手に何か持っているのを見なかったか？
え？
Kurusu and Uki were shocked too.
何かって？
二人は剣のようなものを持っていたんじゃないか？
剣。
ねえタクル、あなた何を言ってるの？
Kurusu grabbed me by the arm. She couldn't see the D-sword herself, but she knew exactly what I was asking.
ユイ、そんなの見てないわよね。
見てない、知らない。
Man, that sure isn't convincing at all. Yui must have been surprised by Kurusu's sudden outburst. It was obvious she was telling a lie. I could see from the look on her face that she thought she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to see.
山添、ごめん。お前が嫌なこと頼んでもいいか？もしもユイがそうなら、犯人が逮捕されるまでお前や有村と同じように僕が守らないといけないから。
はい。
Uki was surprised, but she seemed willing to help her old friend. She put the pajamas on the bed and stretched her hand out into empty air.
ゆいさん、見ていてね。え？
ウキちゃん、ダメ、やめて。
Kurusu let go of my arm and grabbed onto Yui, as if she was trying to stop her from from showing it to Yui.
クリス、ごめん。でも手遅れになってからじゃ遅いんだ。だから。ほら、見えるだろユイ。山添の手に何があるか。
Uki slowly drew it out of thin air. As it shone with a light no normal person could see. It was the weapon that connected reality to the direct sea, and its ocean of negative energy, the D-sword. Bruh! Yui too? It was obvious that Yui's eyes were following Uki's sword.
見えるの？ユイ。
Well, that's concerning.
見えるの？
Don't know what to think about that. Yui looked like she was about to cry, and then she nodded, slowly.
山添、もういい。ありがとう。
The D-sword disappeared from Uki's hands. There was nothing left but an awkward silence.
そんな
I was right. Yui was a psychic. This is not fine at all! Man! And Senri Minawasawa had almost killed her last night. Bruh! My brain. So like the one thing that I'm not completely sure of is, well, okay. I guess obviously these are, I don't know. Like, everyone's powers awakened because of the earthquake. But is it purely because of the earthquake, or is it because they had the experiments done on them and then the earthquake? So I'm just like, was Yui experimented on? But then that would be a lot of people to experiment on. So I'm just like, I'm uncertain, but I hate that for her.
この匂い、どこかで。
Yeah, I think it is probably earthquake, and then maybe some more specific. But I'm just like, my brain, not Yui. What is going on at the ceiling there? Hello? That was the first thing Shinjo thought as he ducked under the crime scene tape and went, I freaking knew it, dude. Absolutely. Alright. We're at a crime scene, gamers. Let's go! Probably only gonna stream for like another half hour. But let's make it a good one. What do we got? What's that smell? Freaking my inner Gascoigne. From where?
Ah, そうだ。ニューヨークで。
Sweet blood. That's right, New York. When he was training in America, a local colleague had taken him to a cheap steakhouse. The waiter had brought him a disgusting grilled lamb steak. Well, that's concerning. The smell's a mix of rotting animal blood and burnt fat. He hadn't even taken a single bite. And that was precisely the smell that filled the room right now. The source of the stench was in the middle of the room, on top of the dinner table. The forensics people must have finished their job because it had already had a sheet placed over it now. It was just waiting to be carried out to the coroner. Shinjo put his hands together for a moment in a silent prayer, and then flipped up the sheet. The second he saw it, he yanked the handkerchief out of his pocket and forced it to his mouth to stop him from throwing up. He knew it was disrespectful to the dead, but he couldn't help it.
ご苦労様です、新庄先輩。
He looked up and saw a younger detective talking to the forensics people. I knew there was a death they missed, like 100%, no doubt in my mind. The Yui thing, that one didn't see coming. That completely bamboozled. The detective lacked his usual energy. This was probably the worst case he'd ever seen. Oh dear. Okay, what do we got? Shinjo didn't want to look bad in front of the younger kid, so he forced the handkerchief away from his mouth.
ああ、ご苦労。ガイシャの身元ははっきりしたかい？
それがですね、衣服を着用していない上に遺体の損壊が激しくて、今のところ確実なのは10代から30代の女性ってことしか。
Teens to 30s, that's a rough gap. He could see hints of the charred flesh that indicated the body had once belonged to a woman. Oh, that ain't looking good for Senri. But the face was so burnt there was no way to distinguish any features. I mean, that ain't looking good for her, but that's too... It's like pointing too much in her direction. Even stranger, there was what looked like a metal stick coming out of her mouth. Guess we know what that is. The rod came out all the way below her abdomen, like a skewer used to cook a kebab. Oh, good! Human kebab.
10日ほど前でしょうか。近くの工事現場から鉄筋が盗まれたっていう届けが出てるそうです。
The detective flipped open his notepad.
鉄筋っていうとあれか。コンクリートの壁に使う？
ええ。外車の口から出てるのがそれのようです。
そういえば昔こんな映画があったな。
It was an old 80s horror flick that he'd seen with some friends in college. The movie was about a bunch of travelers who got lost in the jungle and eaten by cannibals. In one scene, someone had been cooked like this. And there was one more thing. This incident reminded him of a number of others he'd seen recently. The return of the new generation madness.
まさかこれも？いや、でも23日は。
I mean, I'm sure that the coroners will be able to tell you. On October 23rd, the killer had spent the whole day going after Takeru Miyashiro and his friends, which meant the target had to be one of them.
新庄さん？
悪い。続けてくれ。
Shinjo, I'ma smack you up the head, man. You got a dead body right in front of you. Just because you found it on the 24th doesn't mean she didn't die yesterday. Shinjo put the sheet back on the body and made another short prayer.
外車の身元は未確認と言いましたが、自分の意見としては、おそらくこの部屋の住人と見て間違いないと思います。
ハイダリコさんだったな。
Riko Haida.
はい。
He flipped through his notebook and relayed to Shinjo what he'd learned from the condo's manager.
年齢18歳、独身で一人暮らし。職業は派遣のテレフォンサポートってことになってますが、派遣会社に確認を取ろうとしたところ、会社自体がもう存在していませんでした。
倒産したか、あるいは水商売のためのダミー会社って可能性もあるな。
その線については今表せてます。
で、会社が彼女だと思われる根拠は？
Shinjo took out his own notebook and started to copy down the things he thought were important.
はい。契約以来、どうも本人しかこの部屋へ入った形跡がないようなんです。
Oh, it'll absolutely be a big reveal. Because they're so obsessed with Senri right now. And it's like, absolutely she's important, but I'm so sure she's not the killer. So they're just, and I mean, to be fair, it's, you know, it's not looking good. She did try to attack them, so she's not, you know, I think she's this victim. I was thinking the same thing, but I'm not entirely sure. She fits the age. But the crime scene seems very strange. Or at least from the outside. Maybe when we find out more. It would be poetic, if she burned to death. I mean, in a horrible way, but like, given her power.
鑑識からの報告では、室内から出た指紋や足跡は本人とおぼしきものだけで、不自然に拭き取った跡なども見られません。
But yeah, I don't know yet.
もちろん、それ以外の指紋もないわけじゃないんですが、どれも古いもので、 おそらく以前の住人や業者だと思われます。鑑識も今回の件からは除外できるだろうという意見です。
I think they made her use her powers on herself. That was like immediately a thought. Stage suicide like the others. Yeah, like as soon as they said that it was like a burnt body. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But I don't know. From what we've seen of her, this really doesn't look like a place where she'd live, but it could just be some random person's apartment, to be fair. I don't know. There's still a lot of things we need to find out about this.
また、玄関の靴跡も外車のものしか見当たりません。
I would love to know. I hope we find out, but I would love to know why she keeps going. Like why she actually went to their house last night. I assume she might have been normal like the others before they were visited by friends. Maybe. I don't know. You might be right, but if anything, I could believe that Senri has been messed up this whole time. Like, I could see her have been, like, on the run. Just because of, like, how intense her experiments were. I could see that. But maybe. Maybe she knew that the killer was closing in on her and she was there to ask for help. Maybe. I did wonder that. Because, Lord knows, people are terrible at, people are terrible at talking in this. Then again, people are terrible at talking in anime, anyway, but... It's like, Senri, could you stop looking creepy and just, like, open your mouth? Use your words, please! Say something!
玄関には2つの鍵の他に内側からチェーンロックがかかっていました。窓もしっかり施錠されていたので本人に間違いないかと。
We have so many unanswered questions. We have much. I can't believe Senri is the new Mukuro. She's the new Mukuro. Mukuro Kuroba. Oh, freaking Kurosawa. Man, those were the days. Shinjo felt a little like he was going to fate.
じゃあ、犯人はどうやってここに入って犯行に及んだんだ?
It would take some serious equipment to roast a whole person. You couldn't get that in here without leaving any traces. The younger detective must have been thinking the same thing.
これで普通の死に方をしててくれれば自殺ってことで新庄さんの手をお借りすることもなかったんですけど。
死に方に普通も何もないだろ
う。すいません。
1階のエントランスに防犯カメラがあったよな。
ええ、部下が管理人室で録画のチェックを始めていますが今のところは何も。
そうか。
Shinjo looked at the victim and then at the forensics people. They were frowning as they talked.
あの様子だと死亡時刻の推定もまだ無理そうだな。
はい、解剖に回してみないと何とも。火災報知器が作動していればすぐに分かったんでしょうが。
The two of them looked up at the useless devices on the ceiling.
壊されていたって？
はい。
誰に？いや、室内には彼女の指紋しかないんだったな。ということは本人か？
Why would she do that? Shinjo couldn't make any sense of it.
というか新庄さん、俺焼死の現場ってのは初めてなんですけど、こんな風に燃えるもんなんですか？
わからん。こんなの俺だって初めてだ。
鑑識の連中がね、全員首をひねってるんです。どうやって燃えたかわからないって。ガソリンや灯油を使ったってこんな風にはならないって。
And there was no smell of gasoline anyway. The only stench was of burning meat.
俺前にテレビで見たんですけど、やっぱいいです。
言えよ、最後まで。
怒りませんか？
内容による。
世界の心霊現象スペシャルとかいう番組だったかな。そこで人体の発火現象ってのが。
やめろバカ。
Shinjo poked the younger detective's head lightly. The detective apologized, but Shinjo hadn't stopped him because it was too unbelievable to be true. He'd stopped him for the opposite reason. He was probably right. Which meant he didn't want rumors flying around, even inside the police department.
パイロキネシスと言ったな。
Mio Kunasato, Hine Arimura, and Takuru Miyashiro had all used the word repeatedly. It was the power to set things on fire with your mind, and they said the woman that was after Miyashiro and his friends, Senri Minawisawa, had it. Was this Riko Haida woman attacked by a pyrokinetic then? He came back to the same conclusion he'd reached earlier, but then soon shook his head.
それでも説明できないか。
How'd she get the rebar used to skewer the woman inside the room? And how'd she get it skewered? Shinjo looked at the large window that dominated the room's east side. The curtain was open, and he could see the chaotic city of Shibuya outside. If the building was taller, the view would be impressive, but this height, you could see the dirty backsides of the surrounding condos and multi-purpose buildings. It was hard to call it a nice view. Where's the sticker? That probably made the rent a lot cheaper, though, he thought to himself as he began to examine the glass window. If the killer had used some kind of power to get the rebar from the building across the street, this window would have shattered. But there wasn't a scratch on it.
こいつは俺が一人で考えてもどうにもならないな。
He hated to say it, but he needed a specialist like Mio Kunosato, so for now he decided to focus on gathering information.
新庄さん。
A light tap on his back brought him back to reality.
防犯カメラをチェックしてた部下から連絡です。ガイシャの顔がはっきり映ってる映像を見つけました。
そうか、行こう。
When he finally got out of the room, he felt like he could breathe again. Disrespectful to the dead or not, he took a deep breath when he got outside. He went down to the first floor and looked at the video on the monitor in the manager's room.
管理人の話だと、ハイダリコさんは必ずカメラから顔を背けるようにしていたそうなんですが。
You know? I'm beginning to think that's a fake name, just from that statement right there.
取られたくない理由でも？
渋谷地震の時に顔に火傷を負ったとかで人に見られるのを極端に嫌ってたらしいですね。
That's absolutely Senri.
ああ、
Under
それ
a
で
fake name.
ただこの時は一瞬ですが偶然映ってしまったようです。
The timestamp on the screen indicated it was late at night on the 12th of October.
10月12日
Now that I've said it out loud, I'm
それ
probably
確か
wrong, but like... He remembered writing that day down, so he flipped open his notebook.
ああ、そうだ。宮代君たちが初めて南沢千里に襲われたっていう夜だな。
先輩、ハイダリコさん来ました。
He quickly turned his eye back to the screen. There you go. Well, That's bad. That's not good. Okay. In the video, the door to the entrance opened and a woman came staggering inside. Perhaps her leg didn't work right, or maybe she was injured, because he could tell she was dragging it. Her hair covered her face, making it impossible to read her expression.
おい、あれって。
ええ。
Shinjo and the other detective gasped. Riko Haida was holding a long object in her hands, something like a staff, and using it to support herself. It looked exactly like the iron rebar that was currently skewering her body.
まさか、自分で持ち込んだ鉄筋で串刺しに。
It was just a recording, but Shinjo found himself holding his breath nervously, as if he was watching live footage. She walked right by the security camera. It did seem like she wanted to avoid showing her face. But she must have tripped on something when she was right under the camera, because she staggered. When she did, her hair flew backwards, and he finally got a glimpse of her face. Shinjo's eyes went wide.
似てる。
All of her features matched the description. They were identical to the composite sketch, based on a description by someone who had barely survived an attack by this woman.
そんな、こいつ。
The girl in the video was. Well, I guess we're not gonna learn anything from Senri. I want to believe in my heart that he saw a clearer image. They just didn't make one for the game. We know that that's who it is, Sam, though, so don't argue. We know! So he knows too, okay? It's very obvious. He's also psychic. He's doing his best. He's in over his head. Yui nodded. She was still pale. Not only had she gone through a lot last night, but she just found out that she was a psychic. She wasn't looking good at all. I explained to her what I thought she needed to know, and then I told her that no matter what, she must never be alone from now on. It was true that the return of the new generation madness had come to a temporary halt when Senri Minamisawa hadn't been able to kill anyone on the 23rd. Yeah. That's what happened. But no matter what the rest of the world said, it felt far too early to declare this whole thing over. It's like, has it?
こんな時にこんなことを言うのは変かもしれないけど
Man, I was really hoping we'd be able to meet her. Big rip, dude. It's kind of stinky.
ユイと一緒にお風呂に入ったり寝たりするの久しぶりなんだもの
It's like, I'm not surprised, but I was hoping.
ユイったらいつの間にか大人になっちゃってすっかりユウとのお姉ちゃんになっちゃったでしょたまには私の妹に戻って甘えてくれてもいいのになんて思ってたからや
だもう
Yui smiled, just a little.
ユウとはどうするって
Although, wait a minute. Because all that stuff that happened. Well, actually, no. Actually, maybe. What was the timeline? Because I'm assuming that Yui screamed, like, right as it happened, right? So does that mean that Senri immediately went home and died? Assuming that she did die on the 23rd. Like, that's not a lot of time for that to happen. Although then again, we're not really sure what time she actually showed up at the door. We're more so sure of like maybe there's like a 15-20 minutes in there of it all happening. Something like that. We just know that, like, you know, when Arimura had her like freak out ready to take her out, it was like right after that was when the day changed. Man.
父さんの部屋にしばらく居候。
Let's not forget the killer can apparently induce hallucinations. That's you're right, you're right.
この部屋で一緒に寝ていいって言ったんだけどね。なんか恥ずかしいみたい。私は別に構わないのに。
ユウはのの姉が初恋の人だから。あ、これ内緒ね。絶対ね。
Yeah, I don't see. That's what I mean. I don't know what her plan was. It's like I wanted to talk with her. So many questions.
それは光栄だわ。ねえねえタクル、頑張らないとユウトに私を取られちゃうわよ。
Sometimes Kurusu would say things like that, just to enjoy my reaction. Lately, I'd gotten a lot better at not reacting the way she wanted me to. I simply snorted, and she puffed up her cheeks and pouted.
で、ユイの能力なんだけど、本当に自覚とかないのか？
The small smile vanished from Yu's face.
そんなの急に言われても。
自分の身の回りで特別なことが起こったりとかさ。
特別って言うと、ユウのことくらいかな。
どんな？
ユウが嘘ついてもすぐにわかるとか。
それは超能力じゃないわね。お姉ちゃんなら普通よ。私だってタクルのついた嘘なんて簡単に見抜けるもの。
だからそこで僕を引き合いに出すなよ。
This time, my don't react skill failed me. Kurusu chuckled, finally satisfied. Damn it. I felt annoyed for a moment. Then I realized that Kurusu was trying to send me a message.
なるべくユイを怖がらせないであげて。
That's what she seemed to be saying. Yeah, she was right. A normal girl like Yui would never be able to handle knowing there might be a serial killer after her. Yeah? So Kurusu was deliberately pretending to be cheerful. I realized that my tone had probably been too harsh and relaxed it.
他にはないかな。どんなことでもいいんだけど。
他に？
Yui looked down and thought for a minute.
そういえば、本当に時々だけど、ユウの声が聞こえるような気がする。
声？
うん。例えば、ユウが忘れ物をして困ってたり、怪我をして泣いてたり、そういう良くない声が聞こえてきて、それで急いでユウの学校へ行くと、本当に怪我をしてたりするの。
Bro, she got that twin telepathy for real.
なるほど。それかもしれない。
I wasn't a specialist, so I couldn't say for sure, but maybe you could call it a sympathy between siblings. Kunosada might know more, but for whatever reason, she had it out for us, and there was no way I was telling her about Yui.
ユウトにはそういうことはないのかしら。
I love reading, I'm very good at it.
大丈夫。あいつに能力はない。
I'd already checked yesterday. I'd shown him Yamazoi's D-sword, and he hadn't shown any response. Okay, so it's just her.
なんだか 私はユウの心配してるのに、ユウの方はそうでもないみたいで、ちょっと癪だけど。でも、いいよね。ユウが狙われることはないんだもんね。
ああ、あいつはターゲットにされないはずだ。
When Yui heard that, she finally seemed to feel better. Kurusu softly put her hand on Yui's head and rubbed it.
本当にいい子ね、ユイは。
やだ、やめてよ。
ダメです。
Kurusu grabbed Yui before she could escape and held her tight. She looked like she was about to kiss her at any second.
ユイ好きよ、大好き。
ののねがなんか気持ち悪い。助けてタクルに。
No one can save you right now. I couldn't help but smile.
気が済むまでやらせてやれよ、ユイ。
やだ、助けてよ。
Godspeed, kid. Just when I thought it was safe to leave Yui with Kurusu. Stop that! Stop that right now! I need a place to end. Stop it! The three of us froze at the sudden sound of a knock. It's just a normal knock. All of you stop that right now. The knock continued. Kurusu stood up and positioned herself between Yui and the door. I motioned for her to step back and put my hand on the doorknob. I remembered the terror I'd felt at Cafe Lax and gulped. To be honest, I was afraid, terrified. But I was the only one who could protect them right now. I'm sure it's just Yuto or the dad. JK, it's Arimura, it's fine.
Huh?
See? Suddenly I heard an easygoing voice from the other side of the door.
宮代先輩、ちょっといいっすか？それともクルス先輩となんかまずいことでもしてますか？
See, it's just a weirdo. Bless her.
ってお前かよ。
These kids need like... They need to just agree to just not knock ever again. They need like a different sign.
あ、どうも。
That needs to just become a rule until all of this is over.
紛らわしいからノックすんなよ。
そういうわけにはいきませんってば。変な場面とか見ちゃったらどうするんです？
僕とクルスで変な場面なんてないからな。で、なんか用か？
Well, okay. We're gonna figure out what she wants next time. 'Cause I must head out for the day. Man, a lot happened. I already can't wait to play again. Lord. Get me out of here before I keep going. Yes, it is bedtime. You and Sam are now sentenced to go to bed. I am now sentenced to go get a snack. And, I refuse! I would say the same thing, I can't even deny it. But yes, we will pick up on this soon. Ugh. I'm very excited to dig into that next murder. Cuddle Squeak for you. I don't think I've seen Squeak today. But I will. I will give her pets. Should I not see her, I will give Molly cuddles, because I will definitely have her. She be looking cute. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I will catch y'all later, alright? Cuddle both, please. You know what? Valid. I will try my best. But alright. Until next time, friends. Goodbye!